and welcome to Sandown International Raceway for round one of the Victorian State Racing Series. My name is Callum Brannigan, and as you can probably see behind me, it's an absolute flurry of activity with 288 entrants represented across 12 different categories in what is a massive opening weekend for the 5-round series. We've got 11 competitive races coming up later on this afternoon. We can't wait to bring it to you. We hope you sit back, relax and enjoy the show with Blendline TV and the VSRS crew.
Well, thank you very much, Callum Brannigan, down there at the back of the pit and paddock area. He is exactly correct. The Hugh Gidney Memorial, round one of the Victorian State Racing Championships, and that's us, right above a better class of oil. We're not guaranteeing you a better class of commentator, but certainly Penrite are offering a better class of oil. So the Hugh Gidney Memorial is held by the MG Car Club every year, awarded in the memory of a late MG racer Hugh Gidney, to the member of the Racing Register, an important part of growing this event, and in particular the Racing Register side of things with the MG Car Club. Of course, the MG Car Club promoting this, the first round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Series, and we look forward to all 5 rounds being run this year. We've had a go in the last couple of years where we got 2, and then last year we got 3. Of course, round 1, as you can see on the live streaming, going right out to our global audience, and also locally here at the track this weekend, Sandown International Motor Raceway, as it says on the rostrum, the home of horsepower. Winton on the 25th and 26th and 27th of March, then Phillip Island the 13th and 14th, 15th of May, 12th, 13th, 14th back here at Sandown for the Sports Sedan promoted round, and then Phillip Island we all head down around about the time when we like to get out of Melbourne, because the craziness of aerial ping pong takes over and the AFL final season comes to what we're doing. Got a massive program, as it says, 11 categories, 278 cars to be exact, all here. And of course, killer, no filler, no breaks between races, well, very short breaks between races. There's no handbrake turns, there's no dancing girls, there's no beer promotions out on track anyway. As Callum said, I'm Darren Smith, and I've been joined by a gesticulating Dave Stillwell. Wants to hear his own voice on the air. Dave, welcome. Obviously means we've got sports cars up to open this season's racing.
Absolutely, Darren, and of course it's fantastic to be back here and fantastic to be joined by the myriad of viewers across the world. So we'll say konnichiwa, ni hao, we'll say buongiorno, ciao, guten tag to all of our viewers, whatever language you speak. We all speak the same language, and that's horsepower. And we have a smorgasbord of that for you across the different numbers of categories that will be part of the Victorian State Race Series in 2022. We've got the Porsche 944 Challenge, one of the, shall we say, baby sports car classes, just finishing up on screen at the moment. That's the last of the qualifying sessions. First of the races for the weekend will, of course, be for the Production Sports Car Racing Victoria. This is where we see cars from all spectrums of sports car racing. We've got FIA GT3 cars. We've got an absolute bevy of Porsche's finest Carrera Cup cars, all the generations, 996, 997, 991, even some of the most recently superseded 991 Series 2 cars. We've got some home-built specials. We've got the Michael Stillwell in the FR500 CS. We've got Robin Bailey aboard his MGB GT V8. Watch out for that one from the rear of the field. And we've got Sven Burkhardt's returning to the field aboard a Le Mans specification 996 GT3 RSR. These are the cars we saw running around Le Mans before the debut of the more modern GTE or GT2 regulations. So it's a very mixed field today. Short 5-lap sprint this afternoon, and then of course the feature race in the middle of the day tomorrow, 40-minute timed race for the sports cars, brought to you on the screens of Blendline.
Certainly a different format to the rest of our categories that we're seeing on screen now. The Saloon cars at 2:15 today. Formula Ford, which will be represented by both the Duratec-powered 4-cylinder Ford engine and the Kent class. They run for 2 separate categories, and I guess the big interesting thing about that is that can Brendan Jones get 9 on the trot in the Kent engine class? So we'll keep an eye out for that. 250, the historic touring cars and the BMW E30s will have a blended field in there as well. So looking forward to seeing both the historic touring cars and BMW E30s out there. Hyundai Excels will have about 1,000 of them out on track.
All of them.
The normal.
All of them.
Joined.
All of them.
Line of stern all the way around the track. MG invited British sports cars, which last year in the first 3 rounds, for me anyway, provided some of the most thrilling racing with two very, very high-performance MGs with Phil Chester and Vince Gucciardi. I know Phil's got his up for sale, so we may not see that duo battling it out at the front of the field, but certainly the MGs, I guess the feature race as part of the MG Car Club promoted event here this afternoon. Sports sedans and invited. I'm not sure that you want to go out there in your road car as an invited person in the sports field, but
you're unlikely to be invited if you don't have 11 million horsepowers and 12-inch wide slick tyres.
Or barbecue hot plates for rear wings.
Exactly, yeah.
Catering hot plates.
Yeah, they are very good for building a chicken sandwich on at lunchtime there, Darren. Of course, after the sports sedans, we've got Formula V, both the 1600cc and the 1200cc variety running together. One of the categories dear to our hearts, the 888 home loans and improved production cars, who of course welcoming a bevy of new sponsors on board for this season. Another capacity field from improved production cars, everything from 1500cc Hyundai Excels running on the Control Yokohama Advent tyre, all the way through to the big bangers, the 6-litre Commodores and Falcons.
Certainly watching for how the New Line Homes 888 Home Loans outfits get out there. Of course, we had a South Australian, a bit of an interloper, take that championship last year with number 1 on the side of the Adam Poole Monaro. The HQ Holdens, great to have them back on the program here for this weekend, and then we'll round out the day with the Porsche 944s, which we've just seen coming off track with their qualifying. And this is our sports car field, just down in the marshalling area. Really good looking field. It's good to see the gull-wing doors, or the side opening doors there on the number 65 car that Ben Schutz will be racing, the Sin R1 GT, the Bulgarian supercar. Certainly that part of the world is having its own stress at this point in time over this week, and I dare say it's going to go on for some time. But great to see Ben really absolutely wringing the neck of that car. In fact, one of my favourite races was the Saturday afternoon race at Phillip Island. Ben won the race ultimately by about 3 seconds, but it was the massive fight between
Andy Hall and Jamie Lovett.
Yeah.
Again, a 997 and a 991 Cup car. Different size tyres, different engine capacities, but boy, they put on a show.
0.4 of a second. It was a great race for position.
I did lean into Jamie's car. He's qualified on second position for the first sprint race. I said, I'm going up to do commentary. He's like, yeah. Like, can you make it interesting? He's like, you can tell him I've got a camera. I was like, just make it interesting. It's a 5-lap race. It's setting the grid for the 40-minute feature race tomorrow. And, of course, as we see coming around to pit exit, we see the Victorian Fire and Rescue Service and Team Medical Australia, and, of course, Pyack Recovery coming around. We should take this opportunity at the start of the broadcast, get it in nice and early. A huge, huge thank you to all of the volunteer officials that make motorsport happen. Again, we'll have a volunteer recovery vehicle, picking up that sad-looking 944 on the main straight shortly.
That I would suggest is probably crewed by a volunteer crew. And,
yes.
A highly committed race car driver, owner-driver, set up there, as most of our cars are here this
And thank you to the short message on the bottom of the screen from our hard-working Blendline production crew. Yes, there are a number of ways you can get involved in the sport. You don't necessarily have to pony up massive dollars to buy or build a race car and run one. You can join the crew's trackside. Lunch and catering is provided, and including, you talk about the sports sedan promoted round in July. Who can forget the hot dogs and the cups of soup that come around in the middle of winter at Sandown?
Certainly Ann Byers made a name for that, was nicknamed the hot dog round. She has stepped down from those positions, but certainly a big g'day to Anne. That round got that nickname off the back of her hard work with the Sports Sedan Association. Plenty of events. In fact, I hosted an event only about 4 weeks ago where Pyack were trying to grow their members and their volunteer officials. It actually wasn't about getting members for the club. It was actually about getting officials to the track. And it's really interesting when you dig into the depth in some of these clubs. In that room that day, there was the 2 most recent senior volunteer officials of the year from the FIA in that room. So when you look at it, the depth of motorsport, and I made the observation in front of all that were there that day that there's a lot of white hair. We need to change that hair colour down to its original colour.
Or we need to work on getting sponsorship from some hair colouring products. Again, always an angle.
There's a way to solve a problem, isn't there?
There's always an angle for corporate partnerships in motorsport, as we see. And again, of course, Blendline's been a fantastic part of the Victorian State Race Series. Again, providing that additional avenue for grassroots competitors to showcase the sport and their partnerships, the people that help them to go racing. A lot of people are here, thanks to the bank of mum and dad or wifey and husband. But of course, a lot of people are here with genuine corporate support from their employers and their industries.
It is interesting, David. It was 2 years ago that the State Series made a commitment to Blendline TV to start streaming the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, or the Victorian Circuit Racing Championships, whichever way you look at it. And we've never really been able to pat each other on the back at the end of a season well done. We had 2 in 2020, we had 3 in 2021, and now we're hopefully going to get out all 5 rounds, fully committed to the live streaming, and away we'll go for this whole season. So cars set on the straight there. That's the 2 rescue vehicles for Team Medical and the recovery crew. And it looks very relaxed down there in the marshalling area at the moment. Right behind them you can see some of the cars for the Hyundai Excel racing. And here we go, the Sportscars race number 1. The starting grid will be Ben Schutz, his time of 1:11.41. Right next to him, Jamie Lovett. A little off that, just under a second. Jamie Lovett at 1:12.37. And we go back to Jacob Lyon at 1:13.1. Michael Cockerness as well in there with a 1:13.2. So there's a few Porsches in the 1:13s, a 1:13.66 for Christian Fitzgerald. Great to have Christian out here. Of course, that business looking for some sales staff. So if you want to get involved in a really good motorsport organisation, the Fitzgeralds need no introduction at all. Andrew Hall will come out of position number 6, the proprietor of Cup Car Engineering, and I think he should push his way from 6th up pretty well. And when you look at it at 1:13.7, he's less than half a second off position 4, and he's back in 6th there. Steve Kepper in the 1:14.52. Richard Green. Great to see Richard back at the track. Last time I saw Richard, I think he bought the Cougars car off Larry Perkins.
He should have bought 5 of that, shouldn't he?
Well, I'm pretty sure that was what he was running that at Phillip Island. It's got to be 20 years ago. But great to see him climb into a Porsche and have a really good go of it. It's an amazing amount of athletes that jump out of their chosen sport and jump in a Porsche and think that they can do it easy when really all these challenges come at you. And a Porsche is an absolute thoroughbred, but they do have their own style of being able to drive. Sven Boykarts, which we both touched on earlier, 996 GT3 RSR. That's the car there. Klaus Kenny Intellects.
Kalis Kenny Intellects, one of the main motorsport practitioners in the legal legal space. So
he's the one to call.
He is the one to call when you need the big scary letterhead to make your point. That's when you call someone like a Kalis Kenny Intellects.
And Sven Boykarts has written some of that.
Yeah, and Sven, of course, is a part owner of the Tickford Racing Enterprise alongside Rod Nash and co of the Ford supercar variety.
The other thing is that he also injected into the motorsport landscape here in Australia the GT3 Cup Challenge about 15 or 16 years ago, and that has been an absolute proving ground of excellence for now contracted Porsche drivers internationally. Stephen Sluger. Now, I think he's still got the VIP pet foods stuff on the car.
That's one of the restored first-generation 997 Cup cars coming onto your screen shortly. So if it looks like a Tony Quinn car out there, it does actually say Quinn on the side of it, but then it says Sluger to one side of it.
And it's really hard not to call it either Clark or Tony when the car goes past. So Stephen Sluger to Rodney Gordon, and it's Robin Bailey in that magnificent V8 MG, and I'm going to put it down, probably the best sounding car in this field, and only just trumping the car that is right behind it, the Michael Stillwell car. Interestingly enough, Dave, you certainly brought the information to the commentary booth for us this weekend. A tyre battle. Great to have a tyre battle. I'm all for one-make tyres and control categories and all of that sort of thing, but in this form of motorsport, the tyre makes such a massive difference, and the different cars like a different tyre. So we've got that to talk about.
Well, look, if we consider the fact we talk about, the GT3 Cup Challenge is now the Michelin Pilot Challenge or the Michelin Porsche Sprint Challenge. That's the second tier Porsche series. We see a number of cars here that have come out of that series, so they might be tuned to running on Michelins. We've got cars that are used to running into, now I've got to get this right, Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia powered by AWS, otherwise known as the Australian GT Championship. Those cars tend to run on the Pirelli tyres. We've also got Robin Bailey in the MGB GT V8. He's running, I think, on a mixture of Hancooks, trying to find them in a slightly smaller size. And of course, we've also got Yokohama, not a tyre brand you'd normally associate with GT racing. But they have had a lot of success in IMSA, in the American Series.
Super GT.
And massive tyre war in Super GT. So we're bringing a little bit of that international GT tyre battle down to Australia. And again, a huge shout out to Andrew and the team Andrew Shane and the team at Traction Tyres, who do so much for the control categories. Again, Yokohama featuring on a number of categories up and down the field, up and down the grid this weekend.
Porsche, of course, an announcement this week with the categories that Panther Race Fuels will be a naming rights sponsor. You see the stickers across the windscreens of most of the cars out there. So great to welcome Panther to the State Series. Of course, all the fuel supplied locally here at the track by Race Fuels, but great to have Panther on board with this category. So Ben Schutz to Jamie Lovett, and then we have Jacob Lai, Michael Kanakis, then we have Christian Fitzgerald, Andrew Hall, Steve Kemper, and Richard Green. Keep your eyes out on the 130 is where I'm going to look. So 3 rows back, the guy from Cup Car Engineering, 5 seconds away. Does the Sin jump? The number 16 right alongside Jamie Lovett's keen to get going. It's a long hold, very long hold. Lovett just moving slightly off the start there. The 65 not getting away well with Ben Schutz. But have a look at Christian Fitzgerald. He does a massive dive down the dirty side of the track, moves across to the middle, and he has made himself up at least 3 spots. He'll go into turn 1 in the Evolve Technic car in 3rd position. There goes Andrew Hall. They're going to go 3 wide. The Audi hung out wide. Don't go over the ripple strip in that Audi. You'll tear the stomach out of it as they go through there. So it'll be Schutz into 2nd place. And then we have Lovett leading away. Fitzgerald just torturing the tyre.
Little pinch of the brake there for Christian Fitzgerald. The Porsche is designed for standing start races. All the weight over the rear axle, very quick off the line. The GT cars, mid-engined, perhaps not as so much rear traction, and particularly Michael Kokonos dropping a few points at the start. Again, though, that Audi, mid-engined, normally designed for rolling starts, a bit tricky to get off the line.
So Fitzgerald now coming under fire. Andrew Hall got that car off. Look at that, straight over the top of the ripple strip. What that does is open up a clear view for the 130 of Andrew Hall.
He runs wide up and over the ripple strip. Is Fitzgerald going to have the run back at him on the run down to turn 11?
This is what we expect from 2 cars, very, very similar in their makeup here. Then it's the blue car just ranging off the back there. I haven't picked up who that is. A bevy of white Porsches to try and pick up. I can't pick up who's in the blue one there, but they come across to complete lap number 1 of 5, and we switch to a mini sort of enduro format. Have a look at that, Ben Schutz, super strong under brakes. We've seen him cut his teeth and improve production. He's jumped in these GT cars. He's driven the Daytona at the 12-hour at Bathurst numerous times, and he's really found a happy home in this Sin R1 GT. He's got his brother and his dad that work tirelessly to keep this car on track for him, but it is an absolute monster. We'll go to the head-on shot as they climb the hill here, and have a look at that. There's no more evil-looking GT car, is there?
Well, it's a space frame construction, fiberglass and composite panels on the outside, big Chevrolet LS engine in the middle, Albin's transaxle in the back, Motec electronics. It is an absolute weapon. Starts life as a track or a bespoke, individually built vehicle in Bulgaria, small volume vehicle. Again, nothing quite like a big V8 in the back end, and we saw that just absolutely romped onto Lovett on the way down to turn 1.
I'll tell you what, the guys at MPC are probably going to have a quick chat to Mr. Kokinas there.
Tell you what, Darren, every time you want to mention Michael, I'll say Senna. So Michael Kokinos there in the Audi R8. That's the last of the first generation Audi R8 Mark 1 LMS Ultras.
He's going to have to stop going over the back of that ripple strip there, because that will at some point hit it at the wrong angle and it'll start to rip the floor pan out of that car.
So again, Michael, a really big change in the off-season, switched from a McLaren 570S GT4 car. As he sails up the inside from a long way back, that's the benefit of traction control, ABS, and much bigger tyres than a Cup car.
I think the Fitzgerald car's got some issues there at the moment. He's just slowly drifting back now, back into P6. So he's got an issue in the number 74. We saw him pinch up quite a lot, the right-hand front. In fact, it was more of a lock-up than a pinch-up on the opening lap, and he has now got all sorts of trouble, just disappearing back down through the field. Great to see the Fitzgerald name back in a Porsche as he looks to go down the inside there. The Audi defending hard. Great looking car in that matte black, doesn't it? Just
but
really
committed to the left-hand line and then kept there, didn't immediately move back to the right. Oh, Fitzgerald going to have to make, I reckon he's going to have to make a brake bias adjustment there if he doesn't want to keep pinching off flat spots on those front tyres, and they're not cheap, regardless of which brand of tyre you're running on the front. Pinching a tyre on these cars is not a cheap exercise.
And let me tell you, his old man will be saying to him, you know what, you don't pinch up a tyre, we need these for the whole championship. This one set of tyres is going to see us out to Phillip Island. So down the straight they go, the Evolve Technic Porsche, just going a little bit backwards there. Certainly Christian can drive this thing like any of these guys out there, but just having a little bit of trouble. There's Sven Burkhardt up to position number 8, started out of 9, so he's jumped up a spot. Richard Green, who we saw start out of 8, he's gone back, so they've swapped it. There's Stephen Sluger now in the number 68. He's down there in 11th place, and Robin Bailey will be just ranging up the back in that big MGB GT V8. So a massive bonnet bulge.
Massive. Again, it has to be there to fit in 5 litres of an MG Rover V8 being fed E85 from a big fuel tank in the boot. Great to see some of these vintage first generation 997 Cup cars coming out, running the smaller 3.6 litre engine. So we see those cars kind of keeping up with each other, shall we say, the bigger engine Porsches. And we've got a replay coming up of the pass for the lead. So we're going to watch and see just how Ben Schutz lined up. So again, that big horsepower, as we see, big horsepower, commits to the inside, big brakes, and again the Sin running ABS as well. No ABS in the 997 Cup car. So thanks for that replay from our Blendline crew. We go back to the VIP Pet Foods livery. Again, we're starting to see that, you know, some of the classic Carrera Cup cars be returned to their livery of the period of time. There's a gentleman in Adelaide who's bought one of Peter Fitzgerald's original cars, one of the OAMPs, and one of the yellow livery traditional cars. We've got last lap coming around now for our leader, who's rocketing up the back straight. As we see, Michael Stillwell has gotten past Robin Bailey there.
Just tell us a quick bit about this Mustang, Dave. Obviously,
it's red.
Sweet to your heart. It's not red, it's Shiraz.
It's burgundy. It's Ron Burgundy. No, started life as a 2007 Mustang GT California Special, and we basically raided a whole bunch of the Ford Performance catalogue and got some help in from some local partners in TMR and Nick Webb. But as we're coming onto the straight now, car 65, Ben Schutz in the Sin R1, takes the first race of the 2022 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here at Sandown.
Doesn't he ever? That's an absolute massive lead. Coming to the line now, it is going to be Jamie Lovett that comes in 8 seconds later. So, gee, I hope Ben Schutz hasn't used too much of that car up to get that result. Ben's the kind of guy that will manage a gap very well. Andy Hall, have a look at that. That's a massive jump. He's done a ripping job out of 6th into P3.
And we're looking forward to seeing those two battle for a full 40 minutes tomorrow. There we go. There's the claps from the officials. They know when they've watched a good race. Again, what this is almost like, it's like a quick fire test session. You can check what your car was doing yesterday, make some adjustments, see what it's like on a sprint, and you can make some adjustments overnight and see what you can come back with for 40 minutes. There will be a few cars that are a bit heavy with a bit more fuel on board, and I reckon looking at the weather, they might have the cool suit and the drink bottle on board fully fueled up as well. One of the side effects of having the COVID-19 vaccination and testing facility here at Sandown Raceway is that our drivers get to say thank you to the officials with a full cool-down lap for the first time in quite a long time. So once again, thank you to all the volunteer officials. Congratulations to all our sports car drivers. Darren, it's been a pleasure kicking off the 2022 season with you. I'll catch up with you tomorrow for a little bit more production sports car racing Victoria action. Thank you to all the sponsors, and thank you to Blendline.
Thanks very much to Dave Stillwell. There it is. Ben Schutz takes the win in the Sin R1 with his family team, and of course all the crew down there doing a ripping job on the Sin. Jamie Lovett back into P2 in the number 16. Andy Hall, the big mover in the field, to Jacob Lai, Michael Kokonos in the Audi R8 LMS Ultra GT, Stephen Kemper, Chris Fitzgerald. Then we go to Sven Boykarts in 8th. 9th is Richard Green, and Stephen Sluger rounds out the 10, a 111.52. The race win to race 1 for the weekend. Rodney Gordon, Michael Stillwell, and Robin Bailey in the MGB GT V8 home in 13th place. We'll be back in just a few moments. More trackside here for our racing delight. Cars on tracks next, I believe, are the Saloon cars. Back in a moment.
The only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Saloon cars on track now for the first time in 2022. Very much looking forward to seeing how this championship rolls out for the rest of this season. Good field of cars have entered here this weekend, and qualifying looked a little bit like this, and this is also setting the grid. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me now is Dan McCarthy, who spends about 1,000 hours a week piecing together the Auto Action magazine. Welcome, Dan, to round one of the Victorian State Race Series.
Thank you very much for having me once again. Great to be up here. Great day. Sandown Raceway. What more can you want late in February? Certainly
a good way to launch the domestic season in Victoria. Of course, we've already had a national race meeting down in Tassie this year, but certainly great to be back here at the home of horsepower. And we will test these six-cylinder Australian-made cars. Unfortunately, we won't add to any more of these cars in the future. That whole industry disappearing a number of years ago. Sean Jamieson will lead us away with a 124.3068, a guy that definitely knows the front row of the grid in saloon cars. Anthony Bear will be on the next race. Simon Taberner returning also to saloon cars. Looks like he's found himself a pretty happy place. Was a national champion in the old dial before you dig days for this series. Daniel Johnson doing a ripping job in the Falcon, getting onto the second row of the grid. Pretty happy hunting ground for the Holdens here, and we see the first three cars doing that. Then it's Adam Lowndes in number 19, Scott Dornan, Andrew McSwain, Angels Leonconi, Mark Sutherland, David Lyons, Nash Harris, Peter Tonks, Glenn Campbell, Robert Knight, 133.37. So a bit off the pace there. Glenn Campbell, Ashley Lee, Brett Tate, Jeffy Thomas right down the back there in the number 22. He's looking for a big weekend out of position number 7. And Cooper Capilleri. Cars are lined up, looking splendid. Very clean, sparkly. It's almost like a car care ad, isn't it, out there, with all the sparkling liveries out there. Saloon cars looking tremendous. I'm watching for the number 14 and the number 35. In fact, those cars across the second row of the grid. We know Jamieson and Bear in the Sedan Hotel number 46 will get away nicely. But watch Simon Taberner try and make up some room, and the Pro Plum car, the number 19, out of the third row. They're going to try and make up some run, and I dare say be the last of the late breakers down into turn number 1. Taberner gets away nicely, but it's Bear that gets the start. The Sedan Hotel, front row of the grid. Jamieson and Bear drive away nicely, but as suspected, the second row of the grid ranging up very, very quickly indeed. Clean start all away. And it will be the Jamieson car that goes down, and the 48, the second of the Sedan Hotel cars. Anthony Bear has been gazumped by the second row of the grid.
Bear made a great initial launch, but in that first change from first to second, Carl bogged down, and 3 cars able to overtake him, so down to P4. So as they head onto the back straight for the first time.
Certainly no worries with these cars straddling and going over ripple strips. They'll bounce off them all day long. This is like peak hour in 2008 in Melbourne as a car going slowly. Is that Bear Is he pulled? It is too.
It is.
He's got issues. So got away nicely. As you said, the jump in first gear was massive. Grabbed second and then just slowly got gazumped by Sean Jamieson and Simon Taberner now into P2. Hate to say I told you so, but that's the way it was going to play out. Simon Taberner, very, very good starting. Gavin Ross being a part of this weekend as well with the Saloon cars. I thought he was, sorry, in HQs actually. So Gavin Ross was also a national champion. Car number 5 going through there now. That's Peter Tonks. He'll be looking for some big moves as well. Side-by-side action, Ford versus Holden. Real traditional Aussie motorsport sort of stuff going on track now, isn't it? It's real heartland sort of Australian motorsport.
Yeah, exactly. It is, real, as you say, Ford versus Holden. It really takes you back to the era, of course. We are seeing Ford and Holden once again in supercars, but for the last time this year, of course.
Absolutely, yes. So Jamieson leads lap number 1 nicely to Simon Taberner by 2.3 seconds. Some lock-ups down there into turn 1. A bit of a wobble and a bit of a shake there with the number 24, which is David Lyons.
He had a moment over the...
and there's a hit too. There's a hit. That one there, the Falcon... quite get the number. We're going to get a look at it. The number 34 gave David Lyons... Actually, it wasn't Lyons. It might have been Mark Sutherland. A bit of a nudge. Straight into the side of him. So there will be certainly a scar on the driver's side. A little bit of circle work there as McSwain gets back underway. So that was Andrew McSwain. He was trying to hold on to position number 8. Started out of 7. Was obviously gazumped by some fellow competitors. Looks like we're going to get another look at this. No, we're not. We're back to live pictures down at Dandenong Road. There is David Lyons. There goes Mark Sutherland. No, it doesn't look like there's any damage on the side of that car. Maybe it was on the other side of the car in Dandenong Road. As they come around. 6 laps remaining in this race.
Yeah, I mean, Sutherland had number 24 Lyons had a moment on the opening lap over the crest at the top. Here's
Here
the
it
replay.
is. Number 34 got into the side of the number 9, which is Mark Sutherland. And Mark Sutherland normally qualifies a bit further up the grid, but McSwain will certainly have some answering to do for that one. That was could have been avoided. There's Sutherland now trying just to get back to where he was in the field. Big understeer there coming out. 2 Commodores with very different handling aspects there, but has got through on David Lyons. Certainly Sutherland, substantially experienced saloon car racer with Penrite emblazoned across the bonnet. The Evolution crash repairs car of David Lyons.
Yeah, Sutherland making his way back up the field where we expect him to be. He'll be wanting to make progress in this first race and race from there in the following 2 affairs. Of course, the 3 races, where you finish this one is where you start the second one. Where you finish the second one is where you start the third one. They've all qualified. Every category is already qualified, so it's racing from here until the end of the weekend tomorrow afternoon.
Daniel Johnson representing the Blue Oval here in this field. He's always up the front. And it's more often than not in recent seasons, he's the only FOMO co-representative at the front of the field. Lowndes, who started out of 5, is now in 4. And Angels Lencini out of 8 is now in 6. So a couple of cars have just found their way backwards a little bit there. Of course, one of them being our front row contender, Anthony Bear. And that's a real shame that Anthony has gone back and actually made his way into pit lane. Simon Taberner and Daniel Johnson are seeing the worst thing that they wanted to see, and that is Sean Jamieson driving away uncontested at the front of this field.
Absolutely. He set the first lap of the race to Jamieson on that last lap, a substantial 1.6 seconds faster than Taberner, so that lead margin out to nearly 5 seconds now with half of the race still to go.
Sedan Hotel emblazoned across the windscreen of the 24 of David Lyons as well. Started out at 10th. Holding on to 8th at the moment, so a bit of a move there. Looking down now, just catching up to some of the slower cars. There's Jeffrey Thomas in the number 22. He started out of 7th there in the AU Falcon. And here's is that a VN Commodore? So this is harking back to the very early days
a bit
of saloon cars. As our leader starting to make his way through here. This is the 25 trying to fight back through the field. Capillari started out of 18th, so the 25 trying to push back through the field. So this is actually a legit battle. seeing these cars fighting it out through the field.
Just behind, we see McSwain after his turn 2 incident a couple of laps ago, making progress coming back through the field. So overtakes Jeffrey Thomas there on the run into turn number 6 and down into Dandenong Road. He's now on the tail of the Capillari battle with Lee as well. So yeah, he'll look to continue that momentum forwards. Oh, 2 wheels through the grass there. Bit of a risky manoeuvre, but that's because Capillari, just ahead of him, is making the move for position number 12. So change of position there. Good to see. I always comment on this livery, the Capillari livery. It looks fantastic.
It does. They've put some good thought into it. They've in fact, they've borrowed some cues from the old HRT type of cars back in the day with that car. But have a look at this. These guys are fighting it out for 13, 14, 15 on the road. And this is the battle of the race. Taberner is now 6.3 seconds out in front. Jamison 6.3 seconds out in front of Simon Taberner. And then it's back to Johnson. He's 7 seconds back from the leader. Then it's Lowndes. Lowndes is actually impressing on this mob. He's only just dropped into the 26s. The other guys are in 25s, but he was down into the 25s for the last few laps as well. But have a look at this. This is saloon car racing at its absolute best. Forget about where it is in the field. They're giving it a red-hot go.
And as you said, old and new, it doesn't matter how old your machine is, you can field it in this category. So this great variety, although there are just Holdens and Fords, the variety up and down the field is fantastic to see.
Someone's got to give here as we turn into the left-hander and plunge down into Dandenong Road. Probably the most famous bit of the Sandown International Raceway is that left-hander. It's really a leap into the unknown. You come past the end of the wall there. The wall ends and you've got to turn. It's just, you cannot see down there. It's a blind corner until you're actually in it. And you line it up as straight as you can. And in these cars, ripple strip, Dandenong Road. You've got to try and keep that steering wheel straight and haul one of these big heavy sedans up. The number 34 looking to go around and get the inside running down into turn number 1.
That's position number 12 there. As you say, it's an old school bit of road, that, isn't it? Although they've tarmacked the outside of the fast sweep and corner down the hill, it's still a very old school style bit of road, down the hill, clipping those curves and down into Dandenong Road. Awesome bit of road.
It's actually called the S's, and you can see why. The road does shape an S, but the race cars shape it. Try and give it as a slight S as possible. And each time they add a bit of bitumen off the back of the ripple strip, each time the drivers take a little bit more. Yeah. Really, the officialdom do look at it and they go, well, here at Sandown, the racetrack ends at that yellow line. And the idea is that you keep it on the black stuff between the yellow lines. But when they put, the addition they made 4 or 5 years ago up there at the top of the hill, it's almost like a big motocross berm up there. You can just about go up there. The whole idea is that if you do go off up there, it gives you another 80 metres or so to try and gather it all up. There's car 2 on the road, number 14, Simon Taberner. Very experienced saloon car racer. Did a bit of TA2 racing going back a couple of years ago. Was one of the early converters to TA2. Enjoyed it, enjoyed the horsepower, but the travel and the national scene just got a little bit more difficult for him, trying to establish a new business. This is the number 23 of Scott Dornan. Started out of 6th. Scott has made his way into 5th. He's got Adam Lowndes in front of him, so Adam has got past early on in the race. He's 2 and 3 on the road, and we are coming around now to last lap board being displayed.
These two very equal on pace on the last lap. Dornan just a tenth, not even a tenth up, as you say, final lap around these last couple of corners. Here comes our race leader,
There's
Sean
the checkered
Jamison.
flag.
Crosses the line and takes the first win of the saloon cars for 2022. A superb drive, continued to edge out that margin lap after lap. He was 1.2 seconds faster, his best lap than the rest of the field. Taberner holds on to position number 2 by just 0.7 of a second from the fastest Ford, Daniel Johnson. Adam Lowndes comes across the line in 4th, Dornan 5th, and that rounds out the top 5.
So here's the saloon cars. These guys are still racing for it across the top of the hill. This will be the number 22 of Jeffy Thomas, and then we've got the Lee car, the number 73 car of Lee out there as well, Ashley, the VN. And this is the older shape. This is a couple of competitors that just come to the track to race and have a bit of fun. Jeffrey Thomas won't even look at where he's come in this race. He'll get out of the car, he'll pull the suit off, he'll have a big smile on his face, he'll get in his Porsche Cayenne and he'll go home and have a good sleep tonight and come back tomorrow.
Just missed out there, 2/10 the margin at the line, unlucky.
And both those guys will have absolutely enjoyed that. They've been waiting since, I'm going to say, Island Magic in November to do that. Good couple of months. He didn't get too many opportunities last year between about May and November to do anything. But Sean Jamieson taking a first blood in the Saloon cars for season 2022. And great to see the Saloon cars coming back strong as the build group presenting the Saloon cars here this weekend. Great to have them all on board. I believe we're going to a quick interview before we come out with the Formula Fords, because they will be the next cars on track. We'll be back soon with live pictures in just a moment.
We're down here in the paddock with Tom Sargent. He's the defending Victorian Formula Ford champion and the Australian national champion from last year as well. And he's got rather a full card of racing coming up in season 2022. So thank you for joining us down here in the paddock at the VSRS, Tom.
No, I appreciate you guys having me. Thank you so much.
So this year is a massive year for you, obviously stepping up to another category from Formula Ford. Could you elaborate on that for us?
Yeah, for sure. It's a huge year for myself and the team. So I'll be making the step from Formula Ford to the Michelin Sprint Series. So that runs the Porsche 991.2 Generation Cup car. So that's something I'm really looking forward to doing, and I'll be taking over Cameron Hill's car, which he just won the Career Cup Championship in. So it's good, good grounding there for us to build on, and I'm really looking forward to the year, that's for sure.
We love having you down here, but I must ask, why are you back considering you're the defending champion? What are you doing here this weekend?
I'm down here this weekend to help the team. So we've got a couple of new kids this year. We've got three. We've got Tom McLennan, Zach Lobko and Jimmy Physic that are running this year. So I'm down here helping them, giving them a bit of driver coaching and helping them out where I can. So obviously very fresh for me, the whole Formula Ford thing. So hopefully I can pass a little bit of my wisdom on to them and help them in their motorsport career as well.
And apart from the accolades last year, you've also got a little prize in your back pocket, which is coming up later this year, which is actually a plum drive in a Shell V-Power Ford Mustang prepared by Dick Johnson Racing. That must be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. I'm really looking forward to that. Don't have a confirmed date as of yet, but yeah, they're looking at it hopefully being sometime around the April-May. So yeah, like you said, that's going to be a test in a current gen Mustang up at Queensland Raceway with Dick Johnson Racing. So really looking forward to that, and that's a seriously cool prize. Thank you to Formula Ford Australia.
Well, that's awesome, Tom. We say a big thank you to joining us down here in the paddock at the VSRS. We'll be back with more interviews coming up later on today. And through the magic of television, we are back racing, and this is round one of the VSRS, the Vic State Race Series here at a very sunny Sandown International Raceway. My name's Callum Brannigan, and what we have is the Formula Fords to get their opening race recorded for the weekend, run and done. I'm joined alongside by Dan McCarthy from Auto Action. It's always good to have you up here, Dan.
Thanks, mate. Good to be here. Looking forward to this one. Fantastic grid, massive grid of Formula Fords. First national round for them as well, not just state, but a national series round for Formula Ford. So this is going to be a really, really good race.
So the weather predictions of cloudy and 26 degrees doesn't look like it's come to fruition so far, but we should thank the sponsors of the Formula Ford Association, with thanks to Speco VHT and the Formula Ford Association for sponsoring the coverage this afternoon. But we've got Jordan Sinney in the number 5 Dirty Digger Spectrum. He starts from pole position. It's his maiden pole position as well, and he'll be happy to be starting in the front row alongside Kai Cabanon in the number 12. That's the Spectrum front row. Jimmy Physic starting out of position 3 in the number 93 car alongside Matthew Hillier out of position 4. He's the first of the Sonic Motor Racing Services prepared McGales. Xavier Kokai, number 10, starting out of 5th position alongside Zach Lobko in 6th position. Clayton Richards, that surname needs no introduction in Australian motorsport. He is the 3rd generation Richards in competing at the moment. He starts on the 4th row. Cody Donald in 9th position alongside Jude Bargwanner in 10th. Another famous surname starting in the number 79 Gulf Western Oils car. Tom McLennan in 11th position. Cameron McLeod, son of Ryan McLeod, in the number 92 Spectrum. Jared Farrell starting 13th position. He steps up to Formula Ford after recently competing in the Hyundai Excels. He's alongside Winston Smith, another Sonic Motor Racing Services Probert Miguel. Matthew Holmes in 15th position alongside Joe Fawcett in 16th position. Ryder Quinn, grandson of Tony Quinn, in 17th position, starts out in 17th position alongside Kyle Evans in 18th. Bailey Collins in 19th position. He had a shunt during qualifying, so it's good by the team to get that car back out and racing. Harrison Blanchard, 21st position alongside Kobe Williams. Thomas Davies in 23rd position alongside Paul Ziddy, running out of 24th position. Daniel Frugas in 25th position alongside Peter Fitzgerald, the 55-year-old from Geelong, starting in 26th position alongside Carly Fleming, who starts at the back of the Duratec field. It's great to have Carly back this weekend in competition. She's actually in a car that they're still trying to sort out at the moment. It's only she's only had 4 outings in it at the moment, or 4 test days, I should say. So they're still trying to iron out some of the mechanical gremlins with that car and get it back onto the specification that she is used to in competition. Formula Ford commercial partners, the Yokohama AO48 is the control tyre. Dick Johnson Racing up in Queensland, also a commercial partner alongside Norwell Motorplex. Castrol Oil, Ferroto Brakes, Freem Racewear, CHI, they are the authorised engine builders for the Duratec class, and Varley Red Top batteries. And you can also keep up with the socials for Formula Ford, their website, formulaford.org.au, and you can also look them up on Facebook, facebook.com/Formula Ford. Dan, it looks hot. The heat haze is rising. This is a fantastic angle of the Formula 4 as they line up to get their 7-lap race. The curtain raiser race of the weekend underway. Dan.
Looking forward to this one. Here we are. We're about to see the lights come on as we get ready to commence not just the state Formula Ford Championship, but the National Formula Ford Championship. Some great looking cars out there. On the front row, Cine. That's that great looking Dirty Diggers yellow and black livery. Here we go. The revs are rising. The engines are well and truly fired up and warmed up now. Bit of a long hold on the grid. Not sure if there's still sorting out the Kent cars a bit further back on the grid. There's the car just come into pit lane. That's car number 27, Frugas. So not quite sure what's happened there. It does appear that we are lined up now at the back of the field. Yellow flags are all in. Green flag at the back. We can see we're ready for a start, Callum.
5-second board showing to the Formula Ford field. Season 2022, 37 cars about to get underway. The car's hard against the rev limiter, and it's Jordan Cine who gets the initial jump off the line. He will have the inside line, and it looks like Xavier Kokine in number 10 as well with a bit of a lacklustre start. He's dropping back through the field. He might be fighting a few more mechanical issues as they rush towards turn 1, and he's pulled over to driver's left. Of also, it looks like the car of Jude Bargwana that's been stranded at the start-finish line. He's actually behind. It's actually one of the Miguels that's stranded on the start-finishing line, but it's still Jordan Cine who leads the way from Kai Cavadon as they come through Pertec turn 4. Love this new camera angle with the scaffolding raised a little bit at that corner to bring us this angle of racing from the Formula Fords. The massive field making their way through turns 5. They come up the long back straight, close to 1 kilometre in length. You can see Cavadon in the number 12 car closing in on the back of Cine. They were having a great conversation between the qualifying session this morning and today's race, talking about some of the racing techniques, so it's good to be a bit of a fly on the wall from that one. Jude Bargwana having a look up the inside as they come into turn 9. Cameron McLeod on our screen as well. He's doing a great job defending from Matthew Holmes, and we've got a safety car as well. So the Pyark crew, or the Pyark Nissan, on the start-finishing line, very fast onto the scene, towing that car back to safety, but the field will come under control from the safety car for obvious safety reasons, Dan.
Yes, absolutely. You can't have a car stranded on pit straight particularly. So, yeah, the recovery crew and the safety team doing a great job there to quickly move that car. So hopefully won't be too much of a lengthy safety car period. Hopefully we'll be back under green flag conditions within the next couple of laps. But that was a frantic first lap. I mean, 3 wide into turn 4. You don't see that very often.
It was very clean, it must be said, as well. If it wasn't for the safety crews retrieving the car off the start-finish straight, it looks like it's was we still got Frugus off as well, and it sounded like his car was standing a little bit off as it was going past the camera before, but if it wasn't for the safety crews having to recover that car, it would still be green racing. So very good stuff from the Formula Ford field. It's a big ask getting 37 of these open wheelers through the first lap of Sandown cleanly, but they've done an excellent job. It must be said, all of the teams involved in Formula 4, there's a lot of work between sessions to get these cars race ready. They're not as set and forget as you'd like to see, and we can actually see on our screen now it's the number 96 car, I stand to be corrected. So that's Bailey Collins, who is out of this race. He had a shunt during qualifying, a big effort from the team to get that car ready out for the opening race of the weekend. And we can also see Rebecca down there in the high vis shooting all of the action. Great photographer down at turn 1 here at the Sandown Motor Raceway. But I dare say we won't be under safety car for too much longer. 6 laps left on the board. Jordan City leading the race from Kai Cavadon. Matthew Hillier in the number 4 McGale. He's out of 3rd position, just ahead of Jimmy Fizzik in 4th position. Valentino Astudi in 5th position alongside Zach Lobko in 6th position. Cody Donald in 7th position. Jude Bargwanna in 8th position. We've got the safety car coming in this lap.
That's what we like to see. So up front, Cine, the pole sitter remains in 1st, Cavadon remains in 2nd, but there has been a switch with Hillier taking 3rd from Fizzik. So that's the highest place change from the grid order. So here we go, then we're looking forward to the green flag return to racing. It's about to happen as they enter the final sequence of corners.
There's also a slight change or alteration in the safety car procedure, in that if there are lapped Kent cars in the way of the Duritex, they'll be moved out of the way to allow a much safer safety car restart. But you can hear them making their way down towards turn 1 once again. Up the inside, we've got Valentino Astudi. He is drawing up alongside Jimmy Fizzik in the number 93 car. They'll be side by side, almost 3 wide as they go into turn 1. Valentino Astudi taking that position away. We've also got Hillier vying into that battle as well. Almost 2 wide as they go into turn 2. 2 into 2 doesn't always go. Cleanly through turn 3. Oh, as I see that, a bit of damage, a bit of a coming together there, and some bodywork flying up in the air as well. Looks like one of an errant nose cone, but still green flag conditions as they make their way up the back, the long back straight.
Yeah, I think that was just a nose cone flying into the air, somebody running into the back of somebody else's gearbox just ahead. But here we are once again, slipstreaming duel. We see number 93 Fizzik retaking, but no! Up the inside comes Hillier. 2 in 1 there, that was fantastic.
Hillier up into 3rd position. He'll be loving the pace that the McGale is giving him at the moment. Fizzik joining the CHI racing team for season 2022, making the step over from the Spectrum. He had an outstanding qualifying session to be right up in the mix of things for this opening 7-lap race this afternoon. It's hot, slick conditions out there. Jordan City still controlling the race in the number 5 car. He's 4/10 of a second ahead of Cavadon in position 2. Hillier confirmed in position 3 alongside Fizzik. They're ducking and weaving side to side on all corners of this circuit, and it looks like Jude Bargwanna up the inside of Cody Donald, but he's run a little bit wide there, so he's compromised on corner exit. Cody Donald says thank you very much, and he takes that position back in the number 66 there. Cameron McLeod tags. Oh, Cameron McLeod has tagged the right and the left rear of Jude Bargwanna, and it has sent both Spectrums into the wall on driver's right.
It's a shame. That'll require a safety car for sure and a little bit of a clean-up. So 2 of the front-running drivers there collecting each other in the tricky turns 2 and 3 chicane. We see the best make mistakes down there, don't we, in supercars? So that's a bit of a shame. We'll definitely see a yellow flag.
Oh, and he's thrown the wheel out of the car. He's not happy. Neither drivers are very happy with that coming together. Both out of the car. They both look safe and well, which is the most important thing. And he's coming over for a bit of a conversation. He's probably going to bring up the topic of the occurrences that have just happened and are coming together. He's pointing. There is some explanation and some exposition going on between these 2 drivers.
That seems to me like neither feel it was their fault. Very much looks like they both believe it was the other driver's fault. They're explaining their versions of the story. So yeah, that's a shame.
He's pointing at it saying, that's the apex, right over there. That's where I was. And you were also there as well. But yeah, look, this argument's not going to be solved on the exit of turn 3 at Sandown International Raceway.
No, I'm sure the safety and recovery team will want to get them back behind the barrier. And yeah, once we sort this out, we'll get to see replays. Another car damaged. Oh, that's 96. He's the gentleman who stalled or had an issue at the start of the race. So yes.
Yeah, Bailey Collins with a issue off the start line. Massive effort from the team to get that car ready for the race. So unfortunate circumstances the way that Bailey is finishing this race. I believe he is an Australian champion in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That's a bit of a handsome-looking resume bringing to the Formula Ford Freight. So they're pushing the number 96 Spectrum back into the garage, but he'll no doubt be back out and racing for tomorrow morning's race 2.
Just looking at the lap times, that one green lap we got in there, Cini and Cavadens separated by 1/100th of a second on the timing sheet. So those two really evenly matched up the front of the field, which is what we like to see. I mean, Formula Ford at the moment here's the replay of the accident. So Barguana's got the inside into turn number 2, and we see McLeod's stuck out there. It's an interesting one. Certainly side by side going into the corner. It's a case of should he have pulled out or should he have turned across his nose. It's an interesting one, that one.
The FFA team on the ground here at Sandown will certainly have their work cut out before, at least before the end of the day. Racing drivers do like to leave the circuit as soon as possible, but a lot of them are forced to stay behind and explain their actions in a race. And I dare say the team at the Formula Ford Association, with Icky Harrington and all of the guys and girls working hard behind the scenes. We've got the replay again. So we've got Barguana up the inside as they come into turn 3. Cameron McLeod around the outside. It's a little bit close. It's a little bit hard to call.
At one point, McLeod was certainly there. But the argument is, was he there at the apex of the corner? Was he entitled to the inside line? That's what the stewards will have to have a look at. But there's no doubt at one point he was certainly, I think, far enough up there. But by the time they got to turn 3, yeah, I'll let the stewards decide that one. It was certainly an interesting and awkward incident, that one. Formula Fords, if you touch wheels, that's unfortunately the result, as we see a more slow motion replay this time.
Yeah, look, the front right is definitely up around the roll bar, but it's too hard to call at that point. Yeah. I'm so happy I'm not a steward this weekend trying to make that decision, because no amount of Panadol will solve the headache in trying to calculate this one. But both cars are making relatively light contact with the wall, but that's still a lot of work for the teams to get those cars ready for tomorrow's 2 races. We've got race 2, which is an 8-lap affair coming up at scheduled 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, and that's followed by race 3, which is 10 laps coming up at 20 minutes to 2. Formula Ford. This is the Australian National Formula Ford Series, which has recently been endorsed by Motorsport Australia, and it's re-emerged galvanised itself as one of the steps up the ladder for young drivers trying to make their way through motorsport. The winner of the classified winner of this year's series will have 5 points in contribution towards their Motorsport Australia Super Licence, which is of course the system which driver's licence, obviously, as they need a minimum amounts to join the Supercars Championship if they decide to embark on a motorsport career in the domestic mainland of Australia. But Formula Ford, there's a couple of prizes on offer this weekend or throughout the season as well. So Freem have provided $250 in cold hard cash to both the Formula Ford Duratec and Formula Ford Kent pole position winners, and that was Jordan Cini and Richard Davison in those respective categories. So they'll both be $250 richer as they head down the Princess Freeway later on this afternoon. And CHI Racing, our authorised Formula Ford engine builder, provides $250 in cold hard cash for the hard charger of the meeting.
You mentioned there Richard Davison leading the Kent class. So yes, he's leading that. There's a couple of classes in this, the Kent and the Duratec engine classes. So yes, Richard Davison leading that one. It looks like we're going to finish the race.
So the last lap has been shown from the control.
2 cars with a bit of damage. They'll need the evening to repair those. Fortunately, no back-to-back races today, so a bit of a lengthier turnaround. They've got the evening, and they can fix it up for tomorrow morning's second encounter. So that's the way it is amongst all the categories. 1 race this afternoon and 2 races for each category to finish off the weekend.
massive weekend of racing action coming your way. Don't go anywhere. It's coming to you live and free right where you are right now. This is round 1 of the 5-round VSRS series. We are at Winton on the 26th to the 27th of March. Coming across the checkered flag is Jordan Sinney. So he takes out the opening race of the Formula Fords here at round 1 of the VSRS. Kai Cavett in second position. Matt Hillier in third position. That's a great start to his weekend for the young gun in the number 4. Jimmy Fizzick, fourth position alongside Valentino Studi. It's great to see him back in racing in fifth position. Cody Donald in sixth position. Zach Lobko in seventh position. Matthew Holmes in eighth position. The paediatrician from Tasmania. It's great to see him making his way up to Victoria once again in the number 41 car. Winston Smith in ninth position. Jared Farrell in 10th position in a brand new Spectrum 015. And it looks like we've got further down the field, it looks like we've got Richard Davison, who has taken out the Kent Honours as well. He's ahead of James Meaden and Brendan Jones as well. So the
screen's
moving all around,
in front
but
of
that
us.
is your top 3. We've got Davison from Meaden, from Brendan Jones in the Kent Honours. So coming up next, we've got historic touring cars and the BMW E30s for their curtain raiser of the weekend. But we say a big thank you to Formula Ford's commercial partners, Speco VHT and the Formula Ford Association themselves for the live streaming sponsorship this weekend. Yokohama Tyres, Control Tyre Supply with the AO48 tyre in Formula Ford. Dick Johnson Racing, Norwell Motorplex up in Queensland, run by Paul Morris, who is, of course, Formula Ford alumni and motor racing royalty. Castrol Oils, Ferodo Brake Pads, Freem Raceway, CHI, and Varley Red Top batteries as well. And don't forget to give the socials of Formula Ford on Facebook and to check out their website, formulaford.org.au throughout the weekend. We say a big thank you to Dan McCarthy from Auto Action for joining us up here in the commentary box.
Cheers.
Darren Smith is coming your way very shortly alongside Donovan Mollerhagen to call the opening race of the historic touring cars and the BMW E30s.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back trackside here, round 1, 2022 Victorian State Racing Series. And we have already kicked off with a massive start to the year. fantastic to be back racing with like-minded people and telling people right around this country and across the world via our live streaming, as you can see on screen there, on around the world or here at the track. Historic touring cars and BMW E30, race number 1, 7 laps, 2022 Victorian State Race Series. We've already had our sports cars out for their 5-lapper. They'll be back for a 40-minute race tomorrow afternoon. We've had Saloon cars out for a 7-lapper. Formula Ford, supposed to go 7, went 3. Gee, that's just typical of the first round of the Formula Ford Championship across many years. They'll settle down. A lot of the young guns need to take a big, deep breath. Now, we sort of switched things a little bit from the young guns making their way into the sport to people that have found a way in the sport. They've found their favourite car and they've stuck with it for some time. Historic touring cars. And midway through this pack, you'll see up the back of the screen there on the slope part of the marshalling area, the BMW E30. So we've got a mixed field. I guess it's the penalty that we pay for having such a successful state series is that there's not enough time in the day to fit all these races in. And, you know, if you haven't got more than 23 cars or something out there, you get slotted on to what's going on there as well. Tristan Blounfield will lead us away in, Darren Collins in the number 97 car. Trevor Talbot right alongside. Then it's Andrew Lane to Dominic Leo. Then Darren Jones, Peter Muehlman, David Crabtree in the ex-Laurie Nelson, number 95 Capri. Robert Van Stockram in the XU1, Quinton Ferry, Peter George, Anthony Dovic, Simon Browning, Paul Dobson, Michael Holloway, and Philip Pierman out there as well. Here come the BMW E30s being led by Alex Jory, Brian Burke, Jess Bell. Now let's hope Jess Bell's first round of this year's racing goes better than it did last year, because at the end of the last day of the last race and everything was over and we're packing up, she rolled onto her lid.
Wrong way up.
Yeah.
So, but back on the wheels.
Yeah, and look, she's qualified third, so testament to what sort of competitor she is as well. Simon Leach right alongside Simon Schiff, Ryan Carter, Rory Plant. No Donovan Mollenhagen. Donovan Mollenhagen's right alongside me here in the commentary booth.
I'm with you in the commentary again today. I was out there yesterday, but not today.
So we go to Jeff Bowles, Dean Coots. By the way, I slotted you in the top 10.
Thank you very much. I like that.
Inside the 10.
You can come back.
Ashley Rogers, Stuart Clark. Then we go back to Rod Martin, Tristan Blaufelder, then Graham Bell, Jesse Bryan down the back of the field there, and Darryl O'Neill. Haven't seen Jesse Bryan at the racetrack since the ill-fated attempt, I guess it was, at the Bathurst 12-hour at Easter last year. The car was an absolute jet, and the two young guns at the wheel, the thing just had a troubled weekend. Certainly a weekend to forget at the mountain for that crew. I'm not sure whether they're coming back again this year with the BMW, but let's hope they did. That orange car was a jet at Mount Panorama.
He's doing a little cameo for us today with Mike. Mike's car. Mike's got business today, so Jesse stepped into the 38 car, and he's had a little bit of trouble in qualifying. He hit a curb a little bit too hard and chucked a spring sideways and cranked the steering a bit, so they've done a real quick wheel alignment on that, and he's out there at the back of the grid.
Michael Holloway, we just saw go through the screen in the little Mini Cooper S number 39. A beautiful machine. Michael Holloway, of course, for many, many years, one of the puppet masters, the committee members and chairman of the Victorian State Race Series, and has done a wonderful job leading this series into the success it has come to today. And names like David Vernell and Jeff Bull and numerous others that have sat for a very long time to get this series to where it is. But it is awesome to see Michael out in his Mini Cooper S, a very, very avid Mini competitor. Of course, always leads the Mini Car Club in their event in September as they're rounding out the state series. So fantastic to see the number 39, Michael Holloway, coming out of 14th on the grid. You'd have to say the two long drag strips of Sandown aren't going to suit the Mini. More likely to suit these two demonic-looking Camaros on the front row of the grid. Two Mustangs on the next row, a further row of Mustangs. Then we've got that Capri being driven by David Crabtree and Robert Van Stockram in the XU1, and there's a couple of Cortina GTs as well. If we get any rain over the weekend, look out for these big bangers at the front. Those smaller cars will come on through. And certainly when we get to Winton at our next round, that Mini of Michael Holloway will find a happy home there as we get set to get underway with the historic touring cars and the punctuated E30 field. I'll be looking at the historic touring cars. Donovan will be looking at the E30s, and we'll try and keep you up to date as much as we can over these 7 laps with both fields. The Camaros bring the revs up. thump it out at about 5,000 RPM. The Fomoco's on the second row of the grid, the blue oval, and away we go. Trevor Talbot just gets it down and does the job off the line beautifully. Darren Collins disappears in a bit of wheel spin. David Crabtree gets away beautifully, and that HQ off the back halfway down through the field there of Nathan Gordon gets a massive start. Comes up to the 2002 of Van Stockram. But have a look at this. David Crabtree in the number 95 Capri. He's the big mover at the start of this race. Bit of understeer in the Capri. Sort of prone a bit to that. The good thing about it is that Laurie Nelson is actually upstairs working as a driver standards observer. He owned that 95 car and last raced it, so he'll be judging on a car that he sold to David Crabtree. There it is, the number 95. And Laurie Nelson needs absolutely no introduction whatsoever to Australian touring car racing. The E30s have all got away nicely as well as they start to... No, not yet. They're just about to come. Donovan's shaking his head. The historic touring cars crest the hill. There's a bit of a wobble under brakes there for Darren Collins. He didn't get away as nicely as Trevor Talbot did. Trevor, very, very experienced. There goes the E30s.
Are off. Alex has had a really good start off the line there. And Brian Burke following off Simon Leach's nice-looking car there at number 19.
Something these guys are going to have to be careful of is that they're about 200 metres back, so they're going to be going a couple of kilometres an hour faster on the first lap on cold tyres as they arrive at turn 1.
Yeah, those front-running historics aren't too far behind already. They're already rounding the last corner, so the E30 is trying to get a hurry on. We're not quite historic. We're more classic than historic, but great platform. It was enthusiast class, yes. Great-looking cars. A big field today. 17 cars on the grid. One of our biggest grids that we've had in the history of the club. We've had a big resurgence over the last couple of years, and it's great to see so many cars getting along. The mid-pack was separated by less than a second in qualifying, so it's going to be an interesting race.
So it's Jory to Burke, Leach, Carter, Schiff, Bowles, Schiff, Plant, Coots. Jess Bell's gone backwards, unfortunately, missed off the start there, so she's gone back to 10th. Rogers, Clark and Bell. Then we have a look now coming out of the bottom of the corner. Here comes the first of our historic touring cars. This is going to be very interesting to see this blended field start to come into it. There's a long hold on the E30 start of this race. These Camaros and Mustangs are going to be very, very rapid. Of course, they were the front-running touring cars in the improved touring cars era of Group NC from 70 to about 75, I think it is, with these cars. And down into Dandenong Road they go. Many of these cars will have been doing this since they were brand new. Sandown will be etched into their DNA as we just see Darren Collins really starting to push the white and black Camaro, a beautifully prepared Camaro from Darren Collins. They just look so fit the part for historic touring cars. The big round 10-inch headlights on them. And there's a shame. That's a XW. GT, you'd have to suggest. Not too sure what car number that is. There he is, Michael Holloway. He's had some contact too. A chrome trim of all things, Michael. Look at all the stickers of scrutineering on that rear window.
That car's been around for 2 or 3 years.
And he's going to drive it home. KUX 239 on the road on the way home. So there you go. Production touring from the late 60s, early 70s, and I dare say Michael will take me up on the challenge and drive it home tonight. An ex-policeman, he'll know the right way.
We just won't tell the insurance company he's been on a racetrack. That's
there
all.
He goes.
Nope.
Yeah.
And then an exhaust. Yep, looks like we've got a bit of an exhaust there sitting. I'm not sure where that is.
You'd
Maybe
have to
through
say
the
that's
S's.
That's probably off that Ford. That's a big exhaust, that one. That's a side pipe for
That's not an E30.
V8. No,
definitely not an E30.
If it is, you got trouble with the scrutiny.
Well, we're going to have to chat to the owner of that one, yep.
So, yeah, that's exit Dandenong Road. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep, that's not going to be... Yeah, that's exiting Dandenong Road up on the Ripple Strip there, where everyone goes up on the Ripple Strip. So that's going to be interesting. Great shot over the entire property here at Sandown International. Cars coming up to that that left-hander, should I say, at the top of the hill. Now we're starting to get historic touring cars blending with E30s.
Yeah, this is where it's going to get very exciting for some of the E30 drivers with those very, very fast.
And they all know that they're not in the same race. They're not actually racing each other. So I guess the E30s race sort of gets a little bit confusing right here, right now. There's that GT Falcon.
It's a bit tough, though. When that red mist comes down, you see a car behind you and you go, I've got to stay in front.
Yeah, I can't identify it with the kidney-shaped symbol and the twin headlights. It's just a blur in the mirrors. Although, my vision was blurry for a while, and I've just spotted these new specs, so everything's become clear again.
So you're calling the right number cars now.
That's right. I'm not going to end up in a fight in the pits like I normally do for calling the wrong numbers every night.
I have to say this. I was out there yesterday, the first time in since they've done the changes over on the back straight there, and coming down the back straight, you're driving towards a brick wall. It's quite imposing, I have to say, first time.
It is interesting because you come up to the end of the wall, then it's about 4 or 5 metres past that, and you've got to leap of faith.
Yep, that's right. Yeah.
Plunge down into Dandenong Road. Here is where they start to get a bit mixed up. Trevor Talbot is leading the way from Andrew Lane now in the fastback Mustang. Here comes the number 43. That's Muleman as well, and the HQ also coming up with the bow tie badge on the front, as is the like of some of the Holden drivers. The HQ of Nathan Gordon.
That's Alex Jory coming around the last corner there, followed by Brian
exhaust,
Berg.
we're just getting some intelligence from the field, is not from the Falcon stopped on the back straight. That is a throttle cable, so no drive going through. A loud pedal with nothing.
It's off the Jag.
It is.
It's the Jag.
Well, I was expecting an oil leak. I didn't expect an exhaust falling off. Haha, boom, boom.
Good camera work there from the blend line guys.
Good pickup, absolutely. So that'll be why the Jag has gone into the back of the paddock as well, because that was sounding beautiful, that Jaguar. Had a good look over that. Gee, with Bob Jane at the wheel of a Jaguar back to the 60s in touring cars was an absolute weapon of choice. Not a nice spot that Falcon parked up.
Someone spins out of 4, it could be uncomfortable for everybody.
Gee, Michael's going to be dirty on himself with that trim flapping around. That'll be chipping tiny little bits of paint off as he goes across the top of the hill. Keeping himself out of trouble though. The big bangers in that field starting to range up though. Talbot, Lane,
Jeff Bowles here trying to go around the outside of Simon Schiff through 6. Not trying to put it up the inside of Dandenong Road. That could be tight, but it's a good little mid-pack here. Like I said, we've got the mid-pack covered by a very small number. We've got Simon Schiff at the end of that 3-car train there, trying to hurry up Jeff Bowles. Simon turning in on him there through the second to last corner.
So it's Jory, Burke, Leach, Bowles, Schiff, Plant in the BMW E30s, Talbot, Lane, Collins, Leo, Jones, Muleman, Nathan Gordon and David Crabtree, Rob Van Stockeren rounding out our top 10. Gee, the flaggies are busy, aren't they?
Yep.
Blue flags akimbo.
We're going to have 3 wide into the first corner here with 3 E30s coming down into that. Jeff has made it past Simon Leach, not Simon Schiff. That would be the other Simon in the 3-car field there. But Leach is not willing to give it up, and he stuck it back up the inside of Jeff there and got through at turn 2.
I think these guys got a bit offended when I called it enthusiast racing. This is proper racing. Enthusiast racing don't get that close to each other and fight out a corner. That's some great driving there by the E30s. No one's hit anyone. There's no mirrors torn off yet.
We'll just say it's enthusiastic racing,
yes,
shall we?
Yeah. Oh, have a look at this. Darren Collins now trying to find his way through a field of E30s. There's the mini of Michael Holloway. He'll be trying to stay out of the way. Have a look at Collins just plucking his way through the field. Gee, that's hard work when you've got in excess of 500 horsepower and you're just trying to make your way, ease your way through.
And Jeff Bowles has come back around Simon Leach up the back straight there. So obviously got a good drive out of 4, or maybe a little bit extra kilowatts out of that engine.
Michael Holloway just letting the BMWs know that he's got his race to go there. Got to get through on me. He's left the door open.
They do stop quick, those minis.
They
so
do.
There's not a lot
once
of
you get on the brakes, it leaves the BM behind. So he plays a role in this. Just hold his line. Michael's not doing anything he's not allowed to do here. He's holding his line. They've got to find their way past him, and he's done that textbook. Of course, Michael was another one of the contenders that was at the Bathurst 12-hour last year in a Celica. They had a bit of a tough run with an out-of-round set of wheels on the car at Mount Panorama. And a very interesting start, and I'm not sure that the start that they had in the race was looked at again, but certainly was an interesting start to the race. The car ultimately came to a halt at the top of the mountain, and I reckon they'll be back with that Celica. It was a good entry with James, his son.
Looks like we've got Stuart Clark trying to come up the inside of Jesse Bryant there down into 1. And there's Paul Schiff, 64, the red and white cars, the father of Simon Schiff in that previous 3-car gaggle of E30s.
And if you can't pick it out and it blends into the background, it's because it's got an urban camouflage.
That's right, yes.
It's that bright red urban camouflage.
Hiding in plain sight, but not hiding very well.
That's right. That's right.
We have to say it's understated by comparison to his son's car, which is red and gold. You cannot miss that car anywhere. Little Red Rocket Racing.
Oh, he's one of the Mustangs slowing and stopping as well. So 7 laps has been a big ask for some of the Fords out there in the historic touring cars. All of them are on their last lap. The checkered flag, in fact, now going down to Trevor Talbot. Take a breath, Donovan. I am.
That was a quick race, wasn't it? I barely even got in time to mention Garagistic, our series sponsor, and BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne Traction Tyres, who supply all the tyres for us. They did a great job. I did, didn't I? Along with Budget Car Rental and Manami Media Productions. So I got that all in. I had to get that all in. I got in trouble last time for not getting them all in last year or the year before. I can't remember now, but job done.
I love those
Bills
hiding
paid.
faces. I love those hiding faces that want to get the commentators into trouble and they never come up here and do it themselves.
That's right, yeah. I have to say it was very daunting, but you make it very easy, Darren, so thank you very much for that.
It's great to have the E30s on the track as well. Historic Touring Cars rounds it out, and we're looking forward to seeing both these classes on track again tomorrow morning at 9:50 a.m. for an 8-lapper, and then it will be race number 37 over 10 laps at 2 o'clock.
That's a bit early to get out of bed, isn't it?
So, cars have gone through now. We'll get some results for us in just a moment.
Well, it's very exciting, and you mentioned before that the Historics managed to sort of wind their way through the E30s. There wasn't any contact. It was great. Everybody was not giving way, but holding their line. It was all very well done by all the drivers.
Here's how they finished. Stuart Clark across the line, which...
that would be the historic touring car driver, not the Stuart Clark E30 racing driver.
Yeah, Graham Bell. Next one there.
That would also be the Graham Bell historic, not the E30 racer.
Correct. So that's how we've seen those results come through. There it is. That's not exactly what the timing screen says.
Yeah,
Talbot,
I think we've got
Andrew
some...
Lane.
Yeah.
Then it was Darren Collins, Jones, Milliman, Nathan Gordon, David Crabtree, Rob Van Stockram, Petrovic, George, and then we had a little bit of an issue with the timing graphic, but we'll press on anyway, and we'll catch up with those results of the BMW E30s later on as well. So there comes Michael Holloway, still with that trim hanging off.
That's a new aero device for the car.
Well, I tell you what, he's had some good practice for the 12-hour, being able to work his way through traffic there as well. So David Crabtree is coming across the double two. There's Rob Van Stockram in the 2002. So a great race there. The next race coming out after these cars clear the track will be some more mayhem. The XLs will be on track next. Thank you very much, Dominic, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 to 10.
Thank you, Darren.
No problems whatsoever. Back in a moment for the Trick Trailers Hyundai Excels.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back trackside here for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. We've got some great racing coming your way for the rest of this year. Winton will be our second event, March 26, 27. Looking forward to getting up to Central Victoria for that one. Phillip Island, May 14 and 15. Beautiful, absolutely, probably the best time of the year to be at Phillip Island. It's not freezing cold winter yet, and it's not boiling hot summer. It's just that lovely afternoon. It gets a little bit chilly, but most of the day, clear blue skies. So head down to Phillip Island for that one, May 14, 15. Back here in the middle of winter, August 12, 13 and 14 for Sports Sedans. Fantastic event, that one. The event run by the Sports Sedan Association. We'll see them on track a little bit later on today. So they run a very tidy event here. And of course, the year rounds out at Phillip Island when we ignore the aerial ping pong finals that goes on and all the hullabaloo around that business going on. We go to the island and we have an absolute celebration that for the first time in 3 seasons we'll have run 5 championship rounds for the Victorian State Series. We will be right there at Phillip Island on September 23, 24 and 25. Let's put all of that aside for one moment. In fact, for 7 whole laps. I don't know how many moments that will be with the Excels, but it'll be what it'll be, and it'll be a good bit of racing in between. Sometimes it can be mayhem. I've been joined right alongside by Steve DeVries, who was calling all the action for the Excels just a couple of weeks ago at Phillip Island. And Steve, your report out of the weekend reads glowingly. It was some good hard racing and everyone wheeled it onto the trailer.
Absolutely. There were, apart from a few drivers that pushed the limits a little bit too hard in qualifying in the first weekend of February a couple of weeks ago, everybody brought the cars home straight for the most part, and the racing was very, very hard, very, very fair, and very, very entertaining across the Masters and the Trophy classes. They had 3 races each on a Saturday throughout the whole entire day, and it was some of the best racing of the weekend.
Good to hear that, well and truly. We have seen, at Bathurst at Easter last year, one of the races, only 10 cars got a lap in, the rest of them piled up on about grid position 10, didn't even make it to the start line. Let's hope we don't ever see that sort of thing again. Ethan Griggold got around to 133.2, and the 777 will come out of pole. Hugh Simpson will be next to him, Ryan Phillips and Harry Tompkins, James Lodge, Aaron Hindle, back to David Musgrove, Dale Carpenter, Larry Merriweather, Kai Allen, Bradley Vareca, a 3rd generation racer there, Billy Hamilton, Royce Line, Will Longmore, Toby Waghorn, Tex Star McCoy, great race car driver's name, Tim Yates, Donovan Rajovic. Then we go back to Mason Kelly, 2nd generation racer, Brad James, Glenn McKenzie, Antonio Malusi, Connor McLeod, back to Scott Appledore, which is running that Ace livery that's got like the Movember mower across the front, bit of a HDT type of callback. Kerry Bright, Michael Sinclair in the Burson car, Carly Fleming, Dallas Harvey, Norm Lee, Abby Wingett, Lachlan Harvey, Gerald Annabeth and John O'Keefe rounding out the field. 37 cars, and that is a ripping field. We've had up to 60 cars here, but it's really good to see such a strong field of XLs as they start to take their position up on the grid.
Yeah, same sort of field size as the Formula Fords that we saw a couple of races ago. Just noticed there was, I think it was Sean Jamieson in one of the VF, or the Commodores from the Saloon cars, just tooling around the back there. I think the stewards have given him some permission to do an installation lap. Probably had a few gremlins that needs to be tidied up. He's certainly not going to be in this race. It certainly won't be starting off the back. He would have got through half the field probably by the time they get to turn 1, should he have started in this race. But looks like most of the field is set. They're still stretching around the last couple of corners, actually just waiting for that Commodore to get off and just exiting to stage left right there. There he goes. And we've got a green flag at the back now, so we are set.
Ben Grice had a happy hunting ground here last season. It was Nathan Blight the season before, and they got some good results. Neil Hasler back in 2020 as well. Did a good run out of it. John Agosta had a good weekend there as well, and we get away, and there's a big dive out from a slow starting number.
It's Kai Allen. Kai Allen's had a poor start.
26 doesn't get away nicely indeed. The cars all stream up. Great to see that there was a slow car. Everyone took evasive action and getting away from it. So that'll be the 117 who started off P2. Hugh Simpson's going to have a look up the inside of Grig Gold. Gets through, and we're going to go 3 wide for the next couple of rows into the first corner. They go out over the back of the ripple strip. Just let the steering wheel ease off a little bit. There's plenty of room to drag it back on. There's that Scott Appledore car with the mower across the front of it. Really does stand out.
There's a touring car tribute livery on there as well.
I think that's one of the Scarcella design.
It is indeed.
As well.
Yeah, Nick Scarcella's put the livery together for that car, I do believe.
They do a good livery. The Scarcella design livery, that's for sure. More often than not, find yourself talking about them, and then it's later on you realise that it's the Scarcella design outfit. The 777 leads the way up the hill. Greg Galt with Hugh Simpson looks out. This is going to be brave. Looks to go around the outside. Has got the pace of the toe, but the speed equalises. And looks like a bit of a bumper loose on the back of the Logitech 777 car there. Over the ripple strips goes the number 8 of Ryan Phillips. Then it's the 33 of Harry Tompkins. They are stayed in the position they started in. And as we start to pick where there's some movers in this field, and cars coming out of Dandenong Road, everyone keeping it nice and neat and tidy. This is good stuff, a bit of coming together there. The number 7 with the 154, or the 184 I think it was, Larry Merriweather and Will Longmore.
A couple of cars checking up and taking to the grass on the outside of turn number 12 as well. I think maybe a little bit of a hip and shoulder, wasn't too much in that one. But a couple of cars having to take evasive action. But as they say, yep, play on, blow the whistle and off we go.
As they do exactly that, these cars can go out in the dirt. They've got plenty of ground clearance. They're running a treaded tyre, so they're not going to get too out of control once they head off the track. All control parts in these cars comes down to the spacer. That's the space between the steering wheel and the headrest as to how much thought goes into winning a race. And let me tell you, with 7 laps the distance, it's about getting to the next corner and getting out of it in Excel Racing.
Brad Verrecka down the inside here of the Burson garage car at turn number 4. That's a nice move. Speaking of movers up and down the field, Toby Waghorn started position number 15. He's gained 5 spots, appears to be the most improver so far at lap 1. Bit surprised he was actually further down the field. He was fighting right up the front a couple of weeks ago at that Phillip Island round.
Star McCoy also up 4 spots, started out of 16th into 12th, so that's a good run.
It is indeed a good run. Here's Harry Tompkins, who's another one of the very, very quick pedallers in the battery stock car. Started out of position number 4 and has maintained sort of about the same spot. He's actually up to P3. Looks like he's made that move in the early part of this second lap.
Just looking for where Hugh Simpson is going to end up in this race. Certainly got some people in his corner that know how to go Excel Racing.
He's losing some ground though to Greg Galt. Greg Galt's had a very, very good second lap.
And a little bit more experience in these cars too, which does start to play into it when you get a couple of laps in. You start to feel the tyre come on, and then a couple of laps later you're really starting to nurse it. The Bendigo Smash Repairs card coming into it. Have a look at this pack here, led by the 84.
Have a look at some of the lines that these cars are taking down the front straight here, Darren. I've been hearing some reports that it is a little bit bumpier than usual going into turn 1. And of course, this track hasn't been resurfaced for quite some time.
I was going to say, how do you tell?
Yeah. Well, I've been talking to the drivers, especially in the Formula Vs, which are coming up soon, because they're very, very low to the ground, and they have been saying that it just feels a little bit bumpier than it has been the last few trips here. Just wondering whether some of the cars down the front straight are taking a little bit of an unusual line to avoid potential bumps on the run to 1.
Will Longmore's done a pretty good job too. He's up to 10th and he's featuring right in the middle of this group that are fighting it out. There's our leaders. The 777 of Ethan Greg Galt, Hugo Simpson. Then it's Tompkins, Phillips, Musgrave, Hindle and Carpenter. Here's a big group getting together. This is the Longmore car right in the middle of that group. Better Look Racing outfit. There's the 13 as well, starting to push on. Coming out of position 16 is Tech Star McCoy. And the number 21 in the mix there with Billy Hamilton at the wheel. Billy starting out of position number 12 and holding on to that position. Verrecka into 13th. It's good to see. That's a bit of a move.
He's recovering, I think, as well after a bit of a poor start. So he started out at position number 11, so he's got a little bit of work to do with the couple of laps that remain. The Excels had a pretty good run at Island Magic last year as well. Brought on a new sponsor at Island Magic in Burson Garage, and again put on a really, really good show. You got the number 96 of Sinclair is the car that was just in shot a few seconds ago, which proudly shows that livery off. I believe they'll be back again for another run at Island Magic later this year.
Of course, Burson's synonymous with spare parts and the aftermarket. in automotive repair and parts supply, seat covers and all of those bits and pieces in their retail outlets.
So Scott Appleby here chasing down Glenn McKenzie in the 85.
That's the car we were talking about there. That's definitely got a retro feel to it. Got that moustache across the front of it. Really, it's one of those cars you've actually got to go and have a look in the paddock after the race and have a look at it, because it's got some good detail on it and some good thought gone into it. If he was leading this pack, you could actually see the front of it, but it's being led by the 13 to the number 84, which is Toby Waghorn. This is actually the action bit of the race, really, isn't it? Right here, the 21 trying to push through there with Billy Hamilton as well.
In Longmore, you've also got the 84 Waghorn in here as well. They're all just trying to find their way to the head of this queue. And the queue's got about 7 or 8 cars deep at the moment, and it's only growing more and more as the race stretches all the way up to now. We've got about 3 laps remaining. The leader's just crossed over to complete lap 4. In such a controlled category as well, all comes down to driver skill. Where drivers feel they're stronger than another driver ahead of them, where they're weaker, they need to find ways to improve.
Look, that's long been said, the adjustable things in these cars are the seat height.
Yeah, and
there is some suspension and tyre pressures, and that's all the thing. Here we go. This is
trigger being pulled as Waghorn.
Change of position. That's for the top 10, believe it or not. These 6 cars, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars are fighting to get into the top 10.
Whoa!
Oh, it's a big one up over the ripple strip there. That's the 21 of Hamilton.
Yeah, Billy Hamilton's gone for a bit of a wild ride there. It looks like he might have just caught maybe the rut that's on the outside at turn number 2. He looked like he was just a bit too far wide, lost his bearings.
Went off in 12th. We'll see when the timing stream catches. I think he might have only dropped about 3 spots with that little run there. Looks like is that a triple
he's dropped
2?
a fair bit, actually. I think he might have come back on around about 20th place, just looking at the car that he potentially came on behind. Might have been the 995 of William Steele, I think, that was there. Oh, we've had a big incident. That car looks like it's rolled.
It does look like it's rolled. That's the number 66. It's looked like it's gone over. The gentle roll we're hearing, a gentle roll has occurred there, so let's hope a very
red flag.
gentle roll.
Very quickly on the scene, the officials, good call, red flag straight away.
Did I see that right? Was it 66?
Yes, it was 66. It was Abby Wingett, and that's nasty.
So the 66, the MSC Signs outfit, team medical on side, thumbs up out the window. That's always nice to see, as our medical team will get out. And one of the things with medical teams and ambos and all those sorts of things is that you won't see them running to the scene of the accident. They will do a brisk walk, because there's nothing worse than the medical attention tripping over and hurting themselves and requiring medical attention. So one of those things is for the medical crews is to really take a big deep breath and control your actions, watch where you're going, so you do actually get there normally about 1 second later than what you would have if you ran anyway, because the cars will park up as close as they possibly can. So there was 3 laps remaining in that race. I would suggest that the cars had a rollover, will probably be called and won't have any makeup for that, so the cars are actually being brought down the lane, so they are going to be parked up. I don't think we'll see a resumption of this. There's our driver.
Looks like she's okay, which is good. Now, we're about to have a cut to a replay to see what happened here. Now, I'll be interested to see, Darren, whether this happened solo or whether there was another car involved. Well, usually when there's an incident like this, another car up, or maybe there's a bit of, oh, no, all on your own. Got it completely wrong, and the curb did the rest.
Yeah, that wasn't nice after all. I mean, it was a slow landing, but when you put the wheel up on the inside ripple strip like that, I'm pretty sure that's like a gutter, that ripple strip. It does have a little verge on it.
It is quite
driver
tall.
in the Repco driving suit, just making way over to the medical car, which is mandatory. If you've had an over like that, you've got to go back to the medical centre for a checkup.
As you can see, she's not happy with herself there either, having a bit of a shake of the head, but she's a bit shaken up, I'd imagine, but all walking without a limp, and just needs to get her bearings a little bit there, I think.
Well, unlike HQs, it's easy to go and get another shell for one of these. The HQs are getting a little bit more difficult to reshell, and a little bit more expensive to reshell these days. So that will see the end of our Excel race. So Ethan Griggold out of pole position in the 777 will take the win. Hugh Simpson, who sat on the front row right next to him, will take P number 2 in the 117. And it will be Harry Tompkins, who started out of 4, to take the 3rd spot. Ryan Phillips gone back 1 spot to 4. and Aaron Hindle into 5, who started out of 6. Then it'll be Carpenter, who started out of 8, into 6th position. So we might take a quick break here in the commentary booth as we just wait for this clean-up. There is the next field coming out, the MGs and invited British cars. There it is right there, the number 40. Let's have a look at that stag and see how it goes. Thank you very much, Steve DeVries. We'll be back with MGs in just a few moments.
get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Welcome back trackside here at Sandown International Raceway, round one of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we are well and truly into our first half of races. We've just waved goodbye to the Hyundai Excel one-make class. Now we go to another one-make class of sorts, and the fact that the title of it is MG and Invited British Sports Cars as we come out onto the track now. So the MG aspect is one make, and then we have the other Invited British, so which is almost one make as well now with Triumph. I'm Darren Smith. Sean Hurley has jumped right alongside me, a guy that knows his way around all things of sports and classics and MGs and Triumphs and all of those sort of things. I'm going to say right from the outset, car number 40, Keith Ondiaki. Go, Keith! I'm barracking for you, mate. There's a lot of MGs out there that want to have a crack at you.
The mighty
but,
Stag.
the big Stag. I'm a little bit like Jeremy Clarkson, you know, from a boy of the 70s and 80s. Look at that Stag. Look how muscly it looks. Pretty cool. Sean, great field, and as always, this is the MG State Round, and why not have them smack bang in the middle of the program, the feature race?
It certainly is round one of the Victorian State Round Championship and round one of MG Racing Championship. Got a very big year ahead. We're off to Winton in March and Phillip Island in May. We're heading up to Sydney in June, which is pretty cool. Got a really big year ahead, and finishing the year off in Winton in September and Sandown Historics in November.
So here's the cars coming out. They've just left the marshalling area. This beautiful looking car, number one, Phil Chester, out on track. And this looks $1 million, this thing, with Robin Bailey right alongside. There's a car missing there. And we'll talk a little bit about that as we do, because it was Phil and the Gucciardi car that had one of the best races at Winton last year on the Saturday afternoon. It was just a massive affair. Keith Ondiaki out of position number 3. Rodney Gibb in position number 4. Let me assure you that if anything happens in front of him, this more modern MG, more saloon car more if you like, will certainly pounce. It's a very rapid piece of kit. Michael Trathen, then we go back to Michael Wood, Mark O'Neill, Barry Pritchett, Anthony Vollebrecht in there in the number 48, Gary Bulmer, Dave Mottram. Dave just outside the top 10 there. That's a good qualifying for him. Another one of the Stags, Alana Ondiaki there in the number 44, Hendrix Vitamin, then we have Gregory White, David Anderson, Chris Ralph in the MG there as well. Peter Rose, David Siama, James Dodd, and Jane Vollebrecht there. A couple of families represented in there, a couple of Vollebrechts and Ondiakis there as well, Sean.
Yeah, big on our family scene here in the MG and Invited Grid. Just take a note to mention our series sponsor and round sponsor, Aussie Pools, who've supported us this round. Another mention to Buran Motors, who are a category sponsor of ours before we get going. They've got a couple of nice little MGs on display out on the causeway for the weekend. Go and check them out.
good-looking field of MGs, and as this race goes on, we're certainly going to call on Sean's knowledge of these MGs, because to me they all look like MGBs, and different iterations of midgets and all these different bits and pieces, but two unmistakably MGB GT V8s on the front row of the grid.
Certainly are, as we get going.
Let's watch that number 40.
Listen to it roar.
Yeah, it is a big roar at the front of this field, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
But then you get back to the under 2 litre cars, and that's the synonymous MG noise, isn't it? That raspy 4-cylinder. And away we go. Sounds like a sports sedan race getting underway. The number 1 grips up the Monty Power. Have a look at that. The number 15 comes through as well. Mark O'Neill gets a ripping start. Gazumps the Stag. It just disappears into tyre smoke and wheel spin like the outback roads of England somewhere.
And there's Mike Trathen, number 24, in his little midget, about to throw it up the inside of the big ZT. And does he make it stick? Oh, not quite.
Got very close there. This is enthusiast racing at its very best. Some of these cars almost vintage. Certainly a lot of them veteran in their classification. And they come up into turn 3 and 4. Great camera angle we've got this year on that stand there. Coming through 3 and 4. Tail shot, a couple of triumphs there. And then the rest of the field storming on through. Talking about storming on through, have a look at the Yarra Valley Towing sponsored blue car there of Phil Chester. I believe that's for sale.
No, not that one. I think you've got that wrong. No, so Vince Cusciato has actually got his...
that's the one.
Yes, his MGC.
I knew it was one of those two that were out.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity to get up into the pointy end of the MG racing grid at the moment. And for reasonable money, I might add. He's dropped the price and he wants to sell it.
I did look at that and went, wow, some of the parts alone is a lot more than that.
You don't want to think, do you? Yeah. There's another car that's not run with us for a few years, Hank Swadavine in the number 6 light blue MGB. Lots been happening behind the scenes in MG racing for the last sort of 6 to 12 months. A lot of development and a lot of people,
Bit of time on their hands. No race meetings to drag themselves away to at home.
Exactly right.
Up.
Chasing the speed as well. So look, nice little battle between David and Hank there, getting onto the front straight.
As Grant Rowley and Tony D'Alberto's podcast name greatly suggests, parked up and doing maintenance.
That's it.
The Parked Up podcast, have a listen to that. It's a good bit of entertainment.
Look, even Phil Chester up the front there, I believe, has been doing a bit of development and chasing a few things here and there on the off season.
I tell you what Phil Chester has been doing. He's been working very hard on this series.
He has.
That's for sure. He's put a lot of time and effort in trying to grow the media and the reach of this sort of racing.
Look, he probably wouldn't like me saying, but Phil's such a forgiving bloke and really offers the category, something that we can't get anywhere else. And a huge thanks out to Phil.
As they accelerate, there's that MG sound I was thinking about, that under 2 litre raspy noise as they come up the top of the hill. All these things, they look very similar. Tell us a little bit about it.
So we've got two here, the two MGBs in the front. They're original MGB GT V8. So they did leave the English factory as V8 MGB GTs, and they're obviously in race spec as you see today. Back into, say, something like this nice little Roadster MGB, that's actually about as far as you can take a 4-cylinder MGB. It's out cross-flow aluminium, 2 litre, independent 5-link rear end. Like, it is as far as an MGB can go if it's still an MGB underneath.
Well, with the TR right alongside there as well, so mixing it up.
Yeah.
This could be on the set of The Saint or something like that, couldn't it?
Certainly could.
Or the Bill. off in the background at Silverstone.
That's right.
Please, I must get the registration sticker off my MG. Sorry, this is serious.
No, not at all. We've got a couple of triumphs in the mix there, right in between all the MGBs. Alana going quite well there in the White Stag, and Barry Pritchard in his nice TR6 that's quite well sorted little Tiara.
He did actually, Alana, in 8th. She started at 12th, so she's up 4 spots there. So good move in the 44.
I saw them tinkering there in the garage after qualifying. I reckon they've been chasing a few dramas, and they've got it going pretty well by the looks.
Certainly for those here at the track, and if you're watching on our Blendline TV telecast right around the world, or particularly here in Victoria, make your way to the track. It's certainly the best way to see it live, and in all dimensions is the best way to do it. But thanks for joining us on the telecast. We're going to be here all weekend, so come and have a look. And I thoroughly recommend you get down and have a look at these cars in the pit and paddock area, because they are just absolutely pampered. They're invited into the lounge room like one of the family in the Hurley household. I know that's how it works.
Certainly are, mate. That's the go.
you sit in them and watch the TV, and the cat and the dog get in there. No, they don't get on the.
But no, look, it is definitely a big, passionate environment. A lot of families involved. Actually, had an old mate who hasn't been around for about 5 to 6 years. Came down to say good day with the family. Got the kids in the race seat to have a bit of a play and all the rest. So it's all good fun.
So Phil Chester's made himself a 1:16.75. That's a ripping start there. So
I was just looking at that. I reckon he's going for a bit of a lap record there. I don't know exactly what his fastest lap is at this car and this track, but I saw them weighing fuel earlier, so they're definitely chasing some time.
Yeah, they're certainly bringing out the encyclopedia on how to do it right.
That's it.
Just touching on this MGB there, even the off-deck rear spoiler or rear wing on that car is pushing the envelope a bit, isn't it?
It is. Look, Gary's brought into that car and continued to the development that the previous owners had got it to. And as I say, it is 5 links, aluminium crossflow head, big wide flares, big wide tyres. But it's one of the fastest 4-cylinder MGBs out there, if not the fastest.
This is a great battle, actually. Alana leading the way over Pritchard.
Yeah, great dynamic between the differences. Again, Alana in a slightly heavier Triumph Stag with a V8, the 6-cylinder TR6, and again the 4-cylinder 2-litre B. Really good dynamic of something different.
All lining up behind each other, albeit that the frontal area on these cars is pretty small, taking full advantage of the hole in the air that might be there. This is where the Stag just sort of languishes a little bit. The V's start to monster it through the twist. Alana gets into it. All 3 drivers all wearing almost exactly the same white helmets, so they could swap around cars and we wouldn't know who was who in the car, although we can see great vision into these cars with the soft tops, the hands up in the air and the wheel moving around, exactly see all the wheel inputs that is going on with these cars. Triumph.
I think Gary's doing a pearl of job there. He throws it up the outside on the front straight. Is he going to make it stick into turn 1?
Well, let's see how the 6-cylinder starts to extend. Yeah, there we go. The 6-cylinder just pulls away. Just a little bit more torque to be able to drive away. And then this is where the Ondiaki car just gets further away as well, up the straight. The 2 famous long straights here at Sandown always rewards cubic inches when they're working properly, doesn't it?
It certainly does. But again, the little 4-cylinder B, getting onto the taily end of Barry Pritchard in the TR6. As Barry tries to get into Alana there. No, not quite.
Bit of a look there, wasn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was.
And there we go. The Stag just buries the right boot. What does Club Rego want? Obviously does a bit of a cars and coffee or
nice
something.
Sunday cruise, why not? There we are, Robin Bailey now. I was chatting to Robin earlier. He raced that car first in 1989. So it's a bit of an older car in the sense.
And it was already 20 years old.
Well, that's right. Exactly right, yeah. And he's raced it just about every year since. So huge supportive.
Guy that knows how TV works. Dave Mottram parked up there. He's parked himself well and truly out of shot, hasn't he?
Yeah, that is unfortunate for David. He's done a lot of work in the off-season to get that car to where it is. A new motor and obviously a few teething issues thereabouts.
Mid-pack here.
Danny Siena there in the nicely presented MGB GT. Absolute immaculate car. Just sitting tightly behind Jim Dodd there in the MGZR.
Peter Rose just disappearing in front of our screen. Here comes Ondiaki, currently P3 on the road, catching this. These guys on the road we're looking at now for 19th and 20th in this race, and really envelops the MG range from, I guess, its European or its English ownership on the track right there. There it is, the big 93. Siyama down the inside.
Makes the move, overcooks it ever so slightly.
Definitely a rush of blood under brakes there.
And Jim takes it back. Good on him.
Dodd go through there as we see Keith Ondiaki in number 40. That's the widest looking stag you'll ever see.
I think it's probably the widest stag in the world, I'd say. I reckon I'd put money on that.
Yeah.
A gorgeous thing though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Grass as it goes. And pedals it well as he goes over the line.
So this is the battle. We've seen these two cars swap twice now in a matter of corners. Look at that, Phil Chester got the LED, so not even the headlights are original in this thing.
Mate,
He's got
light is light.
Ready for Le Mans historics with those things, letting them know. The flag, he's got the blue flags out, Phil, don't worry about that.
Look, just a bit of courtesy generally with coming back through the field, give you a bit of an idea. The speed difference between this car and, say, one of the back markers is about 100 k's an hour by the end of the back straight, which is pretty significant in a field. But look, we pride ourselves on our minimal incidents in a sense.
You know what gets me with this car and the Gucciardi car is the length and the breadth of it, and how much is shoved in.
Oh, mate, there ain't much room to swing spanners, is there?
There's a lot of stuff.
Look, I was chatting.
There it is, the checkered flag.
Phil takes the lead.
And a lap time, best lap on lap number 2, 1:16.75.70. And we wait now for Robin Bailey. All these cars have been lapped by our race leader as they come to the line. And Robin Bailey, monsters that have crossed the line. The number 50, in fact, just idling to the line there.
I reckon he's got a few problems too, doing a 22 there on his last lap.
Here we go, swapping it again now between Siama and Dodd in the number 66.
He's got it, Dodd.
Racing. Oh, this number 66 has been around for a while racing this one. I reckon it's done.
Look,
Jim's amount of racing laps.
Jim's a great passionate competitor of ours. Picked that car up from England and brought it out here and just consistently running it. As Rodney takes a lap through the field in the background.
I think they're going to go side by side to the line here. Let's watch the timing screen.
Absolutely brilliant.
Dodd just reached Siama by 0.1.
Oh, and we've got
big loop there. Gibb.
Poor Rodney's had a bit of an issue coming onto the front straight there. Now that thing is about 4.5 tonnes worth of V8, Ford V8, so it's not 4.5 tonne, but God, it weighs a bit compared to an MGB.
This guy South Australian.
He is, definitely South Australian born and bred.
I tell you what, whenever there's an MG that comes out of South Australia, I always look up because it could be Mort Fitzgerald.
Very good. I commend Rodney and the boys from South Australia coming out to Melbourne and Victoria and even up into Sydney at times to race with us. It's a huge support for the category.
It is, and something different as well out there.
Oh, definitely.
MG have made everything, and that's just one of them.
Well, that ZT again was an original 260 Ford Boss quad cam, I believe, MG from the factory, and it was never quite finished as a race car, and Rodney's bought it off a company in the UK to finish it off. Anyway, cracking round race 1 for MG Racing.
It certainly was. Sean Hurley, thank you very much for your time as all the cars are making their way back to the pit and paddock area. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow morning for the event number 28 on the program at 10:35.
Thank you very much, Darren, and a huge shout out to Blendline for putting on this brilliant series.
Do a fantastic job. Thank you, Sean. We'll be back very soon. We've got Sports Sedans coming your way, and we're bringing in the big guns, International Motorsport star. I'll leave it at that. Join us in a couple of minutes, and we will see who's here to call Sports Sedans. Back in a moment.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
The big bangers of Australian motorsport need very little introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. The QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship cars on track now. And there goes one legend out on track there, Chaz Talbot, who raced around here that long ago. It was before Formula 5000 was something. Then he raced Formula 5000, then he raced Formula Holden. And for about the last 20 years, Chaz has found a very happy home within sports sedans. He's found it that you can just about do whatever crazy zany thing comes into Chaz's mind and get out there and do it. He's going to punch my face in later on today for all of that, but that's what happens. Darren Smith here. I've been joined right alongside my co-commentator. Is, as I said, an international race car driver. He's done Pikes Peak just over 12 months ago now. Brett Dickey, welcome back to Sandown and to the first round of the Victorian Sports Sedans.
Thanks, mate. It's definitely good to be back and seeing sports sedans out on track again. It was this time last year when I finally dusted off my car, but to see what I would say is a decent field of sports sedans to be back out here, and especially after everything's been going on, it's it's good to be back.
And just about sea level too, not 7,000 feet in Colorado, about to go rocketing up Pikes Peak.
Yeah, well, obviously I can breathe here, so that's a positive. No oxygen bottle carrying me around, so yeah, definitely good to be back home and seeing some local racing. And as much as travelling the world's a good thing, but coming home and seeing familiar faces and doing it with my family here is always a good thing.
And you got a lady in tow as well now.
Yes.
Life's great, isn't it?
Life's great. I've locked her away, so now engaged. So that's a thing that's always been on my list. And
nothing like a race driver saying he's getting engaged by locking it away. That's a deal. It's just like another deal you got to do.
She allows me to keep racing, so we'll keep her.
Good. That's good to know. Good to know. Let's have a quick look at the grid as they make their way around. Tony Groves in car number 80. Could have car 1 on the side if he wanted to be. Took out last year's championship in a very hot contest with Dean Cam right alongside him. Brian Finn in the Commodore in position number 3. Greg Lynch, the dentist. Wow, he has made some way up the grid in his Commodore as well. John Ippolito in there as well. Andrew Parker in the number 14 out of position number 6. Francois Habib in the Bob Gill championship winning car. I think it must have been about 2014. I think Gilly won the championship in that Falcon. It's changed direction a little bit in its technical setup since then. Mark Kakuri in the Commodore. Cameron McKee back to Chaz Talbot, we mentioned in the Camaro, and he is coming out of position number 10. Disco Stewie Eustace in position number 11 in the Mark car, so mimicking the car on the front row of the grid. Disco Stew got Liam to bring one of these Mark cars down, and he'll take it out of position number 11. I know Darren Hossack had a drive of that car late last year to help sort it out for the sports sedan, so watch out for Stewie Eustace, who used to drive that massive Commodore. Alan Argento back to David Radcliffe, Arthur Van also, Craig Eddy, Steve Backer, Michael Laducci, Graham Gilliland in the only rotary powered car I think here at all this weekend, so a big shout out to Graham on his return to racing in the number 21. Gary Finnemore, Gary Vella, Gordon Lovegrove, first of the Rand McGlurkins, Gordon Lovegrove, the second of the Rand McGlurkins in the 56, Greg Taylor and Kevin Stoopman in the Evo right off the back of the grid. Great shot this. Have a look at those sports sedans. Would have been nice to see a Honda Prelude sitting there with its silhouette across the front, white and yellow.
It definitely would have been nice to be sitting there where Groves is sitting, but there's always next time, and I'll make sure I take that up. But
what are these guys doing right now? We're just about to get the green flag at the back.
So look, the main thing we'll be doing is finding the biting point in the clutch, getting ready to go without turning any wheels and rolling over the line. So this is probably the most nervous moment you'll find in motorsport, because I don't know about everyone else, but my foot shakes and I reckon it's going to stop working at any point in time.
Yeah, but it hangs on, doesn't it? Somehow it hangs on. It's the mechanical thing, the triple plate clutch just beyond it that gives it up.
As much leg exercise as possible, it's still not enough.
There it is, the green flag at the back. Two cars that go about their thing very differently, albeit a little coupe and a smaller sedan type of car, but certainly both kitted up with a lot of aero. The 66 knows how to win races. We know the 80 of Tony Groves does very well also, but it is going to be Dean Cam, and Ippolito gets off brilliantly as well. Have a look at Disco Stew. He comes charging through the field in the second of the Mark cars. Where's he going to bob his head up? He gets right onto the back of Kukuri there in the number 39 and logged right in. The 44 as well goes streaming on through there. So come to the Vic V8 guys that run numerous different meetings and also enter sports sedans here in the QP Lube Sports Sedans. So Stu Eustace gets away nicely indeed. There goes Dean Cam. He just chops the nose off of Tony Groves in the marked car out of Milton Motorsport.
Getting menaced at the front there, so Groves has obviously got the pace on cold tyres.
Tony Groves obviously come into the spotlight a number of years ago when he drove an Extreme Rotaries powered RX-7 and improved production, and he really did spot one of these marked cars and went, they fit in sports sedans, we know they do. And with Liam Dunn out of Mildun Racing, they have developed that car up and took out the championship last year, and it was a ripping championship. Disco Stu is slowing. Stewie Eustace.
Something's going wrong there.
Yeah, he had a ripping start, and looks like he's got a tyre or something. Is that torn up? No, continuing on, but there goes the Camaro goes around him of Chas Talbot. And just looking at that big XD Falcon as it goes charging through. Kevin Stoopman now has gone through on McGlurkin. So the number 91 there, which is not that Stephen Backer, sorry about that. Car number 10 mixing it up there as well, Alan Argento.
How's the wide range of diversity of what we're seeing? So you've got a marked car at the front. You've got
the only brand missing is a Honda, mate.
I'll sort that out in the future.
Reckon you can do something about that?
I'll do something about that.
We'll make some calls.
Preferably at the front.
Yeah.
And then you've got the four-wheel drive Evo in there as well. So Kevin Stoopman's got a new toy there, and amongst the four-wheel drive GTR. So there's lots going on.
And interesting as well with his business from down Gippsland Way, Tyre Power. Chris Lewis Williams, a mate of ours that used to work up at Winton, opening his Tyre Power in Benalla this week. So a big shout out to Chris and the crew opening the brand new Tyre Power in Benalla. So when we're racing up at Winton, we can all go and say good day. Chas Talbot not seeing Stoopy come through. He's down that low in the Camaro, but Stoopy goes through on Chas Talbot.
Oh.
And that's Brian Finn. Is that number 82?
I'm going to say it is, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, he's gone round out of about position 4.
Facing the wrong way there, which isn't the right place.
Stewie Eustace into pit lane. Number 56.
It's good to see Graham Gilliland back, isn't it?
Oh, it's awesome.
After the damage sustained to that car at Phillip Island, to see a full rebuild. The car looks amazing, the team looks amazing, and Grove's got a bit of damage.
He has too. Wow, that's more than a bit of damage.
That looks like a bit of Corvette, I reckon.
Disappeared underneath the back of a Corvette, you reckon? Well, he's still out in lead of the race, and that's probably the only thing that he would have come across was Dean Cam in the Corvette. We'll have to get a tail end shot of the number 66. It looks
still square. Still.
It looks a bit lower than what it should be.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's happened. Obviously, those guys were pretty line astern there at the start. So
and they got pretty willing last year in last year's championship as well, which is what Sports Sedans has built its reputation on. We're all going to the 50-year anniversary in a couple of weeks' time, even though it's 52 years since it. 100%.
It's doesn't look too bad. There's definitely something going on the back of there.
So, yeah, confirming from observers down at Dandenong Road, the car 80 did go up the back of the car number 66. So, I'm going to say there's the first blood nose for season number 2022.
There is first blow race 1.
That's it. The blood nose is there. But have a look at the number 97. That is Johnny Pilotto. Francois Habib not too far behind there. I'll tell you what, once Dean Lilly and the guys get Francois tuned into that ex-Bob Gill Falcon, that'll be right up the front with these two guys. And Dean Cam will go, I don't have to race this thing again, do I?
It's definitely going to be a different car for him to drive. Going from a supercar across to a full sports sedan, it's definitely going to take a bit of a driving change, but I reckon you got the right team behind you to get that done.
Yeah, you're probably right there, Darren. Dean Lilly brings a lot of experience across. Of course, a 12-hour winner in his class as well.
Here's
and
some
also
straight line handling going on here.
Isn't it? Look at that slick through the air. Pulls over in front of him and says, "Don't argue." The 66 gives a very clear signal. They might both be even numbers, but Dean Cam just gave him a bit of, you know what, mate? Points to the scoreboard, see how many trophies I've got. Check out the back of this car. And it's got very aerodynamic all of a sudden, hasn't it?
He has. It's now the widest Corvette known to man, but he definitely closed that door pretty quick. Obviously not going to let that happen again, but they're two fierce races.
I've never seen Dean Cam slam the door quite shut like that before, and I've seen, oh, here we go. Here's a bit of biffo with a couple of VS Commodores.
Definitely exploring the limits going across the top there.
Sorry, VT and a VS.
We'll forgive you on that
Yeah.
one for this one.
We'll
It's
pick
all right,
that
it's
one
round
up.
one. We'll let you go.
We'll go pick up on that. But certainly, yeah, see Dean, Chris Muscat, and even with the Image Racing guys with Terry Wyhoom, where he didn't quite shut the door like we just saw at the top of the hill there. But it's sports sedans, it's high horsepower and it's high stakes, and it's the first race for the year, so it's all about stamping the authority on that.
100%. The one you want to do is you want to come away with a win or at least a good result in round one. It will set you up for the whole year. And the last thing you need to do is be dropping the first round because that just puts you on the back foot.
Interestingly enough, we were talking about after the Formula Ford race, you're not going to win the championship this weekend, but you're going to lose it.
It's definitely going to help you.
Yeah. You're definitely
yeah.
going to lose it. If you pin it today, you've got to fight back all the way through. Geez, look at that. Dean Cam's just turned up the overrun injection on the Chevy, obviously getting a bit warm, giving a bit of fuel through the system to cool things down. We've got 3 laps to go. Dean Cam leads the way by 0.7 of a second over last year's champion, Tony Grove, in the Mazda, the Mornington Mazda outfit, sponsored by Valvoline and Johnny Pilotto, then Francois Habib. Greg Lynch, great to see Greg doing so well, was a contender for so many years in the HDT Owners Club scene. And great to see him push his way onto some real racing, some lights to flag stuff, bring on the opposition, and the dentist out of the eastern suburbs of Melbourne is doing a terrific job. Andrew Parker, Cam McKee, Curry, Brian Finn has fought his way back to position number 9, started out at 3, had a good start.
It's definitely good to see Andrew Parker's car back out there. He had a bit of a mishap with another competitor yesterday, and the car definitely didn't look like it was too good. But
here's a couple of campaigners that know each other pretty well.
There's a few years amongst these two, isn't there?
And I tell you what, I reckon the guy in the orange car, after having a season off last year, is ready to mix it up in the curly stuff. You're not going to take on a 6-litre Camaro in a straight line with
He will give it a go.
Yeah, normally aspirated 13B. That's all it is. It's a 2.6-litre swept volume rotary versus 6 litres of V8.
There's a guy behind the wheel that will give it all. You can definitely say that by that outfit.
If we get any rain, we haven't got no Damien Johnson here in his Toronto this weekend, so it'll all be up to him. There's Rand McGlurkin. That'll be the old man, I think, in the 350. I think it's young Rand or Scribbleface in the 180. He's gone round, so that will put him down the back of the field. Kevin Stoopman is in. He joins Stewie Eustace back in the field. There's the legs of the Camaro. Now let's see the RX-7 with Graham Gilliland. Graham's biggest problem is now he's probably got 700 horsepower of car number 10 Falcon coming up on him as well.
Behind him. It's probably 700 horsepower on top of what Graham's got, to be honest.
You're probably right. Yeah, the little 13B, like you take it into improved production and you take it back to about 2003, and that's all the power you needed. That's 20 years ago.
It's a little bit outdated now, but still, it's one of those things. I keep trying to convince Graham to put a hairdryer on the side of it, but he's not really taken to it just yet.
I'm not sure that it's ever going to happen, but maybe some a little bit more porting or something like that, and I really like the way they go about it with that car.
Big flames out the side of the Corvette always looks good into Dandenong Road, and you got definitely a fierce competitor driving at the same time.
Yeah, he's got a 1.2 second lead here at the moment, Dean Cam. He's going to take the win because we're coming up to the checkered flag. The fastest lap at a 114.7133 for QP Lubes. Dean Cam takes first blood in the QP Lubes Sports Sedan Championship with a bloody nose. The car number 80 comes across the line. Have a look at this from Mentone Premix at XA Coupe. Looks the goods on track. Certainly didn't get home third. It's been lapped. Francois Habib comes home in fourth behind Ipolotto. And this is a raging battle here. Greg Lynch is just up the road a bit from these guys. There's Andrew Parker.
Yep. It's so good to see the battles the whole way through the field. Last thing you want to see is some cars rolling around in the middle by themselves. But good thing about sports sedans, there's battles everywhere you look. And definitely the mid-pack, I think there was about 10 cars in the 1 minute 22s in qualifying. So it's good to see that in a category that's still getting more and more competitors each week.
Andrew Parker gets home. McKee, Ryan Finn fights back for an 8th. That's a fantastic turn of events and fortune. Here comes the Camaro. Gets to the line. And the RX-7 being driven very, very hard by Graham Gilliland gets to the line as well. Can't believe it's the only rotary-powered car here this weekend.
What's happened to sports sedans? It used to
what's
be
happened
a
in
whole
production?
field.
It used to be about RX-7s and RX-3s. series.
Like you said, we just need more turbo cars out there, and I reckon we'll be good. But it's good to see everyone having a fairly clean race. Nothing's coming back on a tilt tray, which is always a good sign for the guys. It's day one, and hopefully everyone makes it back out for tomorrow, and we can have some good racing tomorrow. So what's that? Only 2 DNFs.
Well, I tell you what, there would have been 26 cars in this race if Brett Dickey hadn't been up here commentating this weekend. 25 sports sedans is a ripping field, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's definitely good. It's good to see the class growing. There's a lot of new cars out there in the build process. There's a lot of cars like my own getting a bit of a freshen up. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens this year. There's definitely a few rounds coming where you'll see some cars turn up, and can't wait.
Now, just while we've got a bit of break in track time, Brett, obviously you wanted to get back to Pikes Peak this year. What is the plans for getting back there?
Yeah, look, we got a few things on the table at the moment. We'll be back in the US later in the year to firm up something for the following year. I am partly locked in for 2023. So looking forward to getting back there. I got a few things in some other countries going on at the moment. So big year for me. Hopefully get back to some state rounds as well. But yeah, I've still got that Pikes Peak Summit on my bucket list. It's not ticked off just yet.
Now, Time Attack Australia?
Yeah. World Time Attack in a couple of weeks' time. So we head off testing next week up to Sydney, and hopefully add another World Time Attack crown to my list. So that's the plan here. But it's just one of those things. I'm trying to get my bum in a seat as much as possible, and if I can stay in Australia and do that, it's great. But if I have to travel overseas, I'm willing to do that. So yeah, looking forward to what the future holds. But yeah, definitely a few frequent flyer points coming up.
Well, we look forward to hearing and seeing in the media course. Auto Action will offer you the front page when you announce your Pikes Peak assault. We can certainly, that's the kind of influence I hold. And all I asked for is an XXL Pikes Peak T-shirt, but you haven't delivered on that yet.
Yeah, that was the deal
That
last
was
year,
the deal,
it?
that's
Yeah.
all right.
It's a bit awkward you brought that up.
It is, yeah, I've brought it up on air. And I've also put Dan McCarthy from Auto Action in it as well.
Sounds like there's two coming now.
So when you get your sponsorship due, you can say, I've got a front page of Auto Action coming up. So if you want to be on board. Brett, thanks for your time, mate. Hopefully yourself tomorrow, if you're back at the track, we'd love to have you back up here with Sports and Hands.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Good luck, mate. Thank you. We'll be back in just a couple of moments because we have got Formula V on track in just a minute.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen. The first round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. You can see the breeze has just started to pick up a fair bit here at the Sandown International Motor Raceway as the Formula V field rolls out of dummy grid and onto the formation lap. Steve DeVries here in commentary with Auto Action's own Dan McCarthy. And Dan, what do you think the breeze has come out of? It's just sort of whipped up out of nowhere. It's been a little bit of a light breeze most of the day. It's just sort of picked up in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I think it picked up around the MG Vita Bridge Sportscars race. It was about then that I thought the breeze picked up. So, yeah, certainly going to make for an interesting encounter with these Formula Vs. It's very much a tailwind coming down the pit straight, and up the back straight a headwind. So watch for some slipstreaming down the back straight into the fast turn 6.
That's right. So with the nature of this circuit, of course, going down one straight, you'll be going into a headwind, and the other side of the circuit, you'll be going into the tailwind. So depending on how the drivers elect to tackle this, whether they want to pull out of the slipstream at the right moment, they're going to think a little bit far ahead and plan their attacks as the laps unfold. You don't want to be the man that's at the head of that queue at the wrong time, heading up into a braking zone and then end up getting past. So Formula V's out on the circuit. Good strong field. There's 26 cars entered for this round, which is a very, very healthy grid size, and only getting healthier considering the fact there are several cars missing this weekend. But as we roll through the grid order, it's the two protagonists from last year, Reece McCarthy and Jake Rowe, who went toe-to-toe for most of the season off the front row. You would have a bit of an idea that that's probably where the lead of this race is going to be sort of held over the first couple of laps. Heath Collinson, if he can stay with them, he's definitely in with a shot of taking a win if the top two trip over each other. And Nick Kerr in car 25. It's actually Ken Philby's car that's been through a couple of sets of hands over the course of the last few seasons, with Ken being unable to come down from Queensland. Good result for Lee Partridge in car 28, the NPC Auto Speed car in position 5. Ash Clifford, Adam Nicholson, who's one of 6, and I do repeat, 6 the 7 debutants that are on debut this weekend for their very, very first proper race meet in the State Series. John Casamati, their position 8. Damon Spinello's another one out of that Acura Motorsports stable with a good solid result there in 9th. Phil Gardner. Andre Curran, who finds himself out of the JRD group of cars. They've got 5 cars here this weekend, so very full garage down at Junior Racing Development. Nick Grigg, Brian Buttigieg, some of the usual suspects in the midfield there. Mick Fisher, Darren Power. Sumuk Rudrapatna, we're going to have to I'm going to have to make sure I get that pronounced quite well for this one. It is a difficult surname to pronounce. And we've actually got 3 ladies in the field this weekend, which is the most in any of the Formula V groups around the country, which is fantastic to see that some good young ladies coming through the ranks and joining the Formula V circus.
Yeah, there's quite a few females out here racing this weekend. We've seen one in Hyundai Excel as a rollover earlier on.
Unfortunately.
Yes, but it's good to see some good female participation here at Vic State this weekend. But it's, as you say, built over the last couple of years. It's always good to see. As we see at the back, the last couple of cars coming into position. We'll be looking for a green flag to get the Victorian Formula V Championship for 2022 underway.
Thanks to Australian VW Performance Centre, we are going to go racing for 7 laps. Great to have VW Performance Centre on board for a couple of rounds this year and for the National Challenge in October. A few seconds away. Car 66 and car number 1 on the front row. Who can get the best launch and lead the opening salvo into turn 1? They're holding it for quite a long time here. And when they do get going, it's Jake Rowe who gets a very, very handy launch from position 2 on the grid. McCarthy very quickly into the slipstream as they head down to 1. And look at that, train already forming. Top 4 cars already broken away by a good couple of car lengths from Lee Partridge in 5th.
Here we go up the inside, number 31, Heath Collinson. 3 wide into turn 1.
Oh, super deep. McCarthy on the brakes right around the outside, and he holds on and comes out with a handy margin. That was brave. That was very, very brave and very, very deep.
Turn 1 of the championship, send it round there, take the position and pull quite a margin, as you say. That's going to be fantastic down the back straight, as we said. A strong headwind down there, so he's got a bit of a margin. He clearly wants to break early, get away from the chasing pack as they snake, trying to find that slipstream. It's going to be crucial as the 7-lap race commences.
And they're all following each other across the track as well. They do realise the headwind being quite strong, that they're going to have to try and work together as a group, because McCarthy's definitely got a margin already with Rowe. Collinson tucked in behind him, Kerr, and then Lee Partridge. Then John Casamati's up to P6, and he started out of position number 8, so he's made up a couple of spots, which is good to see in the GMC car, number 9. And then behind him, Ash Clifford, who's gone back a spot or 2 from the start in the Star Res entry. Have a look at all the curb use going on out here as well. Now, I know there's been a few notes that have been gone out to the drivers. Oh, and we've already lost one of that's one of the debutants, Josh Munro, in the Logicalis car. That looks like that's on one of the runoff areas around about turn 6 or 7. Yes, at the top of the hill.
It is indeed, yes. As we see lap number 2 commencing, some battles up and down the field. That's a change for position 4, I believe. That's Partridge, if I'm not mistaken, moving up to position number 4.
Correct. Partridge firmly down the inside at turn number 1. Pass done. A little bit of curb use from Nick Kurt. A little bit of oversteer on the exit there. Just have to gather it up. Get back into line fairly quickly. It's coming back to the point I was about to make before the number 76 of Josh Munro ended up off the circuit. A number of drivers using quite a lot of curb on the outside at turn 12. The stewards have been enforcing that quite rigidly, that a number of cars with all 4 wheels outside the yellow lines of the track limits would have a note put against their name. If they did it again, they would get a bad sportsmanship flag and a black flag for any further transgressions, as Kerr's in a little bit too deep.
Oh,
and way too deep, and he's gone. And he's given that wall a mighty hit. Same wall that Lucas Kawan went into last year. He was ironically just on the right-hand side of screen there, going through, and he was well out of shape getting into turn 6 and meets the fence.
That was in a case of in a bit too deep, ran wide, and then upon rejoining the circuit, used that curb a bit too much, and it sent the car spinning around, a bit of flames.
Yeah, there's a bit of a fire going on there as well. Marshall's
and red flag as a result.
Yep, they'd be on the scene pretty quick. Now the good thing with the Formula V's is a number of the drivers you can see putting their hands up, waving to say, "Yep, we've seen the red flag. Everybody settle down," which is one of the benefits of being in an open wheel car. With just the 1 3/4 flying laps completed. And that was quite an unusual incident, actually. I could see that it looked like he'd gotten out of the groove going up through turn 6. He knew that he was not going to make the corner and had to bail out. And part of the rejoin procedure is just to clear the throttle, make sure you can come back onto the circuit efficiently and quietly, and he just didn't quite get it right.
Right over that curb that we see the supercars use on the outside there, and then that's just, he's hit it at a bit of an angle and it sent the car around and into the wall at quite high speed there. So fortunately we saw arm up, he's okay.
He is okay, thank goodness. So a little bit of a bruised ego, I think, from that one, but the Beecham stable are going to have a fair bit of work to do. They've not only got McCarthy's car and the car of Nick Kerr, they have been doing a little bit of work to help Claudia Lennox get out there, who's had some gearbox dramas and a few other issues. And I believe Charlie Tracy Richardson as well. They've been helping out there as well with the J-Star that used to belong to Hutchison. David Hutchison has now moved up to Queensland. Here we go again. You can see Kerr well out of the groove, and he was actually, he was already sideways across the backside of that curb at turn 7. So that's what's put him into the fence. He's hasn't been able to get the car straight enough to rejoin the circuit in the manner that he needed to. And I actually didn't quite see that the first time around. But now that I see it again, he was definitely out of control well before he even tried to rejoin the circuit.
So dirty out there, just a bit too much steering lock, and I think on the dirty, very, very dirty section of the track up the top of the hill there, it's just looped around on him, which is a real shame.
2 thumbs up from Nick Kerb, getting into the team medical car down there at the outside of turn 8 and 9. And number 25, Beecham car in a very, very sorry state. Looks like most of it could be confined to the front end damage there. So it looks like there's obviously the nose is missing. There it is in the hands of the recovery crew there. H-beam's probably going to need a little bit of work, maybe a rim or two from hitting the wall. But thankfully it doesn't look like there's any rear end damage, which is where most of the main componentry is in these cars, being a rear engine car, rear wheel drive car as well. All the gearboxes mounted at the rear as well. So I guess the important bits, or the more expensive bits at the back of the car, look like they're intact. It's going to be probably the steering rack, steering arm, and front end damage that needs a little bit of work and attention.
Fortunately, there's a bit of time to fix that overnight and be back out for the morning's Formula Vee race, which is at 10 past 11 tomorrow, is race number 2, as we see the cars return to the pits under the red flag conditions. Here's a replay of the incident once again.
So originally he had the inside line there and actually just sort of committed a little bit too hard. And you can see there just sort of slid. And the nose, when he impacted the wall, actually pushed the car away from the wall. So that sort of has stopped any real damage from there. And
it was that initial curve where it's risen.
Yep. Oh, he got he tagged it with the left rear as well.
Correct,
so a
yes.
little bit of damage maybe on the left rear corner as well from that angle. Now, this will be interesting because there's only the 2 laps completed. They've come into the pits, scheduled for a 7-lap race. I don't believe that they'll probably get this cleared up in enough time to go back out again. We are, of course, on a bit of a time-certain program with improved production, the HQs still to come out, and the Porsche 944 Challenge to finish off the day's proceedings. And I can see, just looking through the old binoculars, which we need to use from time to time, that there's still a hefty presence over there picking up car 25. So we may not get back to a race here, which means it could potentially be classed as a no contest from a points perspective.
I'd have thought so, yeah. With only 2 laps in the book, so I think undoubtedly if we don't go back to green flag, it will be called as a no race, as you say. So here they all are lined up. Good to see some fans on the top of the pit garages. Good to see some spectators out here this weekend. Of course, not just today we have racing. We're back tomorrow for races 2 and 3 for all of the categories. Round 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here at the historical Sandown Raceway.
Well, while we wait to get some word on whether or not we're going racing again or not, let's have a bit of a quick look through the field for how they stood after a couple of laps. It's so McCarthy, Rowe, Collinson, Partridge and Casamati were the top 5, and the balance of the top 10. Obviously, Nick Kerr was the one that has hit the wall, so he's out of this one. Ash Clifford, Phil Gardner, Lucas Kwan, Brian Buttigieg, and Adam Nicholson were the ones that make up the top 10 out of the 26 Vs that were in for this one. We're going to take a short break. We're actually going to go to a pre-prepared little interview that was done with Paul Ziddy and the Formula Ford. So until we get some verdict on what's happening here with the Formula Vs, we'll throw to that and be back shortly.
Welcome back trackside to a very sunny Sandown International Raceway, and the man standing to my left, when he is around, the dad jokes and the puns are never in any short supply, that's for sure, and he is chair to the VSRS exec. It's Paul Ziddy. Thank you for joining us, Paul.
It is my pleasure to be here.
Looking around, you must be pretty proud of all this.
Yeah, look, it's a fantastic event. It's fantastic weather that's been turned on for us. It is Melbourne, so we know how fickle it can be, but it's really turned it on for us. Yesterday was great, today's great. See what tomorrow brings. To the competitors that have rolled out in numbers, bravo, congratulations. Wonderful to see that support, and to the 4 promoting clubs that put the VSRS together, just thank you so much for your resilience through 2 incredible years, 2020 and 2021, and here's to hoping 2022 is just a belter.
We got got four rounds to come after this round, 5 rounds including the Sandown event here, and so far the competitors have definitely voted with their feet with 288 this weekend, and that's an outstanding result. So we won't take up too much of your time. We'll let you go to sort out your hat hair that's going on top of there. So yes. Paul Ziddy, thank you very much for joining us here down in the paddock for the VSRS.
Always a pleasure to talk to you, Callum.
Thanks very much to Callum Brannigan and Paul Ziddy. Paul does a fantastic amount of work for the VSRS and has been in Formula Ford for many, many years across the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and always good to have him and all the committee members on board that put in a lot of time and effort to put this series together year after year after year. Now, the stricken number 25, Nick Kerr, has just arrived back in the pit lane on the back of the flatbed, so there's a little bit of clean-up work still going on, Dan McCarthy, down at turn 7 and 8, which we're just sort of waiting to see if the vehicles from the recovery crews over there are actually going to be able to make their way back in time before we go racing. I think it might be a little bit touch and go whether or not we actually do get back to some green flag running.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tight. So after this, if we do not go out, it's improved production, 7 laps for them, followed by HQ's and Porsche 944 Challenge. It seems like we are going back to green flags, ladies and gentlemen. The engines have started. This is fantastic. This is what we wanted to see. So we will get some green flag racing in Formula V's a resumption of play.
That's fantastic work from all the recovery crews and all the volunteer marshals and officials to get that car cleaned up in really, really quick time. It is a big effort from not only the MG Car Club themselves, but I know there's some representatives from the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club here primarily doing the recovery work as well. Of course, all the towies that come in as well, and they do, and they're the unsung heroes of motorsport, and that's probably one of the quickest, sorry if I can get my words out, one of the quickest cleanups that we've had for some time here at Sandown. The barriers can be notoriously hard to repair sometimes if they get hit at the wrong angle.
Yeah, really, really good, as you say. I didn't think we'd go back to green flag, but we just saw official confirmation from race control that we will go back to racing for at least one lap anyway, which is fantastic.
Well, let's run through the order as it stands as they now come out of the pits and across the line. So it was still McCarthy and Rowe and Collinson, the top 3. Lee Partridge had moved ahead of Nick Kerr prior to that accident. He was actually in the process of trying to make that pass stick at this part of the circuit on your screen right now before it all unfolded. John Casamati has got car number 9 up to 5th place, so he's been a beneficiary of the accident by 1 spot. He also had made up 2 spots prior to that, so that's a good result so far for him. Ash Clifford in 6th place, Phil Gardner 7th, Lucas Kawam 8th, Brian Buttigieg 9th, and Adam Nicholson 10th. So there's a couple of Acura cars in the top 10, and another one just outside, Damien Spinello, who's another one of the many drivers on debut this weekend. Nick Grigg for the JRD stable, along with Andre Curran in car 5, who's also on debut with another debutant, Isaac Woodhouse. They're in position 15. Oh, sorry, it's 14. They're all moving up the order. Rob Vile, Mick Fisher, Darren Power, Russell Saunders was the next man in the list, and it looks like we're going back to a rolling start. Here we go.
Top 4 have got a bit of an advantage already. A few of these other drivers further back have been left behind on this restart, so it's 4 cars at the head of the field. McCarthy, Rowe, Collinson and Partridge have taken.
Oops, safety car's actually on the track, so we've been... It looks like the safety car's going to pick up the field. There we go. So it looked like it was going to be a restart. They were actually getting up in speed a little bit, so it looks like there's been a little bit of a mishap.
It appeared as though there was a bit of a mix-up with the flags there. So, yeah, we have gone under safety car. So it should be a restart at the end of this lap. Everybody will form into line astern, and we will get a nice clean green flag restart, which is what we want the field to be bunched in.
Correct. I was about to say that if there was a restart, then there was definitely 3/4 of the field napping at the restart,
absolutely.
Which is not normal for the Formula Vs. They're usually quite well packed. So I think... So that means it got a little bit. It's got a little bit unusual at the start there. So it looks like they're going to be a full restart. So coming round to, that probably means coming round to the grid, I think. We're getting word in our ear that it's going to be a full restart.
And 5 laps the distance. So we'll get in the full 7 if that's the case, which is great still. Though I have just seen it change on that soft to 3 laps. So 3 laps sprint.
Okay, so that means there's a little bit of changing of the order here. So they had the 2 laps in. Now the next question is, are they going to make the cars resume the spots that they were when the red flag came out, or will they put them back in the original orders? Of course, Nick Kerr was on the 2nd row of the grid, so that would then shuffle everybody back 1 spot as we go. So here we go. So we're getting word through that they're going to put them back in original order. So that means a few drivers that have benefited from good starts of their own and poor starts and misfortunes of others are going to have some work to do all over again, and the ones that went backwards, well, they got a free kick.
Absolutely, yeah. So this will be an interesting restart. So it is basically a clean slate. I'm struggling to get my words out now.
Clean sheet it could have been, because then you're talking football. Well, not our football, but European football.
Yes, indeed. So here we are, the marshals just going out to the grid to place the drivers on their grid slots.
All right, here we go. So the process is going to be now they'll break away into a couple of different lines for position, and once the marshals are satisfied that everybody is in the correct spots, here you can see Lee Partridge moving over to the left-hand side of the grid positions, which is where he was at the start of this race. So that confirms it, that they're putting them back in the grid order, and that means there will be a vacant spot in position number 4, I think it was, for where Nick Kerr was. So that means Heath Collinson, just in the Collins Black Angus machine, number 31 there. He'll have nobody to his right.
So just bear with the drivers here. There's a bit of sorting out to do, a bit of reshuffling, a bit of reordering, but we should be back to green shortly.
So drivers that had made some progress that are going to be sent backwards a little bit here. John Casamati, as we said, he started in position 8. He was up as high as 5th before that red flag came out, so he'd gained a couple of spots. He's going to have a little bit of work to do there. Looking a bit further down the order, there was a couple of drivers toward the back that have sort of stayed where they are, so they haven't got much work to do there. Isaac Woodhouse, he was in 16th. He's actually currently in 16th on the running order, so he's going to go back to that spot. And that seems to be about it so far. There was maybe 1 or 2 drivers that had gone up or down 1 spot, but the main ones, I think, were John Casamati, who gained a couple. Ash Clifford, who actually went backwards. I think he was down as low as 8th or 9th at one stage, and he started originally out of position 6, so he's going to get probably a free kick there and go back to his grid spot on the 3rd row. Just waiting on, that's Andre Curran there in car number 5, just getting himself back in position. He's a little bit skew-if in the box there.
Yeah, not quite in line, that's for sure. So there's a couple further back that are still lining up. As we said, there's a vacant grid position there for where Kerr would have been. Up on the 2nd row of the grid, which just...
Well, here we go. No, they're moving every... Oh, no, that's John Casamati, who was... actually, he's moving into position 8, so that's where he was. And now there's a couple that need to go into the right spots here. So they're bringing a few drivers forward. There we go. So that's why I think maybe Andre Curran was a little bit confused, because he was on a different side of the grid compared to what he was when he started the race.
Just a quick reminder while we're getting everyone gridded up. After proceedings tonight, the trophy presentations for the championships from last year, because we were in lockdowns and all sorts of stuff, is happening here at the track. And also there's a barbecue in the garage just below race control. For those here at the track, the volunteer officials, etc., would love to see you all along there to give a round of applause for each one of those champions from last year. Not an ideal way to have your championship presented, but certainly we try and get around to it. But this Formula V restart not too far away from happening.
Yeah, not too far away at all. And we were saying before, the officials don't get enough thanks, but one of the good things that happens with a lot of the clubs, I know Pyack do it and the MG Car Club do it down here as well, they put on a barbecue on the Saturday afternoon after racing's over to give thanks to all the hard work and everything and all the time that the officials give up. It's a small token gesture, but in a lot of cases very, very, I guess, necessary to pay thanks. And just saying thank you, I think, is probably one thing that has actually lost a little bit when it comes to people who give up their time. So for Australian VW Performance Centre, it looks like most of the cars are back in their original spots. There's a few that were just being pushed back into grid spot. The last of those was Lucas Kawam, and just waiting officially on the starters' orders. Here we go. 5 seconds, board goes up. You can see at the top corner there, the officials in the tower just holding up the board to let all the drivers know we're about to go back to racing. 5 laps on the screen, and away we go again. And McCarthy was a little bit late. Very, very untidy start from McCarthy. That's very unusual for him. And Rowe was gone in a flash.
And struggled to get into second gear as well, and that's allowed Heath Collinson to pull alongside. And as they drag race down to turn 2, it's going to be turn 1.
Turn one here at Sandown, as McCarthy goes around the outside of Collinson. Collinson leaving him the space there, as McCarthy pulled the same sort of move that he did at the opening corner before the red flag came out, and off he set sail in pursuit of Jake Rose. Lucas Kawam ahead of the 49er Damien Spinello, so his teammates from the Akira Motorsports stable heading up the back straight. So Kawam, of course, we mentioned, was a bit of a victim of his own circumstances here last year. Got the inside curb or the outside curb at turn 8 and fed into the same fence that Nick Kerr did.
McCarthy.
No issues for him so far on this particular race.
So McCarthy took the lead there halfway up the back straight with the slipstream and the headwind. It's so easy to get through. So there you go. So that's a change of position, and I will say quite confidently, I don't think it'll be the last.
No, definitely not. So 5 laps is very, very short and very, very sharp. So whatever the drivers were thinking about how they wanted to plan out their 7-lap race about 15 to 20 minutes ago, that's all out the window, and they've got to do the business and do it in a little bit of a different fashion. As Ryan Buttigieg in the BCR 85 machine, the J-Sup, latches onto the back of Damien Spinello and sizes up a move going down into turn 1. Same way that Jake Rowe has just done on McCarthy. You called it just a few moments ago that it was going to be a pass for the lead. It certainly wasn't going to be the last one.
We did see, though, after retaking the lead there, Rowe just ran a little bit wide at turn 1, and McCarthy was there looking, hoping for another mistake to pounce, but it didn't come. Again, slightly wide there from Rowe. We'll see whether that affects his run to the back straight. It appears it has. So McCarthy will be looking to take the lead once again as they crest the hill before the very fast turn number 6, and here he goes up the inside. Collinson's right in there now as well, so it's very much a 3-way battle. Rowe will try and slot in behind McCarthy, which he does, so he consolidates second as they go around turn 6 and down into Dandenong Road.
So there's 2 groups of 3 for the top 6 spots at the moment. There's this group of 3 with McCarthy, Rowe and Collinson, and then behind them you've got Ash Clifford in the Star Res car ahead of Lee Partridge and John Casamati as they came across the line. Looks like Partridge has actually gone to the head of that little group of 3, and he has in car 28. And then behind them you've got Phil Gardner in the number 73, who's keeping tabs at the moment. Actually got some good pace here this weekend, Phil Gardner. He is dragging along Adam Nicholson for the ride at the moment. So that's a nice little battle between one of the seasoned veterans of Formula V and a very relative newcomer aboard the Stinger LSV. There they are, just on the left-hand side of the screen, just behind the timing tree as Nicholson pops out on the run to turn 1. Same way that Casamati does on the inside of Ash Clifford at the same location.
While the top 2 were fighting, it's actually the third man, Heath Collinson, who was fastest on that last lap. We're looking a bit further behind for this good battle for position number 4. So it's Partridge, then Casamati, and then Clifford. 5 and 6.
I want to keep an eye on Adam Nicholson here. The Stinger is a very, very quick car, and in the right hands, I want to see if he can latch onto the back of Ash Clifford here. He's had a handful of experience in motocross, of all things, Adam Nicholson, so I'd be very keen to see how he goes in his first proper full State Series meet as we go back to the head of the field, focus in on the former State Series champion Heath Collinson, who's doing a pretty good job to keep up with the top two at the moment, as Ryan Buttigieg tries to wrap the long way around the outside Andre Curran, and that's a really tight battle and a really solid hold there from Curran down into Dandenong Road. Very, very well done.
Yeah, good fair racing there, really close, but they got away with it. It's such a fast part of the circuit, down into the hard-braking zone.
Repass.
We see.
Oh no, very late dive and just showed the nose, Brian Buttigieg, and that might compromise his exit a little bit, might give Spinello a sniff down into turn number 1. He's lost a little bit of touch with Curran, still in the slipstream. He's not as close as he was. Then comes Rob Vile in the golf-coloured car. Look at that, car number 7. How long has it been since we've seen that colour scheme on a racetrack?
Monaco last year.
Monaco last year, there you go. You were absolutely right. Oh, a little bit out of shape for Brian Buttigieg over the turn 1 curb, and that puts Rob Vile right on the back of this battle now.
Just saw a car off there on the exit of turn 1 down on the approach to turn 2. Didn't pick up who it was. As we see down the bottom of the screen, Reef McCarthy with the fastest lap of the race has extended that margin by only a tenth. Those top 3 all within 10th. Here we go, fight for the lead.
Up, row across the backside of the curb at turn 7, same way that Kerr did. Thankfully, not with the same sort of issue, and now well over the curb on the outside Dandenong Road. Now, McCarthy's positioned himself pretty well here for the run through the last lap, because that's what you need to do. Formula V is all about thinking like it's a game of chess. You've got to plan your moves 3, 4, 5 moves ahead of your rival. And for McCarthy's sake, he wants to have that run up the back straight. Well, probably the run into turn 1 and then the run into turn 9, and then have the ability to try and hold that move all the way to the checkered flag. But if Heath Collinson's got anything to say about it, that'll be, well, I don't want to be the one that you pass first. I want to be at the head of this queue, please.
Yeah, it takes the lead as we start the last lap. So this is it. This is the one. Who's it going to be? I think it'll be one of these top 3, but which one? Now, it's anybody's guess at the moment. Collinson, a good couple of turns there. Turns 2 and 3. He's pulled out a slight margin, but this is it. Into the headwind. This is where the race will take a little bit of a twist on this final lap.
Yep, this is where the moment needs to happen for either McCarthy or Rowe. If they're going to make a move for the win of this shortened race, the moment is now. And Collinson is actually defending the inside line. They've pulled quite a margin on Casamati and co. McCarthy with 2 wheels on the grass, a la Heath Collinson at Phillip Island a few years ago. And he's gone right around the outside there, and he's out of control. And he's struggling to pull it up, locks a brake, goes a little bit deep into the corner, but he gets away with it. But I'm speechless.
That was
I am
remarkable.
Absolutely speechless how he managed to control that car down Dandenong Road. Absolutely sensational steering wheel work. And he's going to come out with a win here. Rowe very, very wide. He doesn't want to do that. He's been in that fence before. And the checkered flag on display. And McCarthy will get the honours from Rowe and Collinson, although I think that the 3 of them might have a little bit of a driver's review between what happened there, because with 2 wheels off the track making the pass, I'm not sure how that's going to go down.
Yes, that's right, yeah. Got to, as you said earlier on in the race, 2 wheels within that yellow line. Were they? That is the
That's the real question. We'll let the officers downstairs sort that one out. Here come Mick Fisher, Rob Vile. They're all in the midfield there. Fisher home in 16th, Vile 14th ahead of them. And we look a little bit further down the order. Russell Saunders in the car number 8, which was a car that last year was blue, is now red. There's been a few drivers getting some paint jobs over the course of the off-season. Gives me a whole bunch of headaches trying to remember all the different colour schemes that have changed hands in the last couple of months. But everybody looks like that started that one. Looks like it might be safely across the line. The car that you're referring to that might be off the circuit at turn number 1 may have been the car, this particular car here, the number 14 of Charlie Tracy Richardson, or it's going to be the David Stewart machine that's down there at the moment, the car 77. So we're not quite sure, but we'll have to see what happens at the end of that. Let's have a look at the replay here, with thanks to Blendline guys down the truck. So Rowe moved to defend the position, and well, there wasn't really much room for McCarthy to get that done there. And by the time that Rowe and Collinson both bailed out of it, McCarthy was through. But then this is the bit here. The car squirmed under brakes, and he somehow still made the apex.
So 2 wheels on the grass down one of the fastest straights in the country, swings it round the outside on one of the fastest corners in the country, down the hill, locked up, sideways, gets it stopped, gets it to the apex, and takes the win.
And here's the other angle. I think if we can see it now as they come around here. Have a look at this. He was way. He was gone. At that point, I thought he was gone. The bit for me though is just where he came across that curb there. I'm wondering whether he had 2 wheels inside the track. To me, at first glance, it doesn't look like he did. But again, we'll let the guys down in the, actually above us in the tower, sort that one out as Formula V returns to the pit lane.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not sure that all 4 wheels or 2 wheels were on the right side of that yellow line, but being such a exciting finish, close battle there, it's going to be interesting to see whether they deem that a racing incident or not, and what the stewards decide overnight.
Absolutely. Short break here in Central Commentary, ladies and gentlemen. Improved production. The third last race of the weekend will be up very, very shortly when the Formula V cars have been pulled through into pit lane.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for 2022. That is the 30-plus car improved production field sitting in pit lane. And standing right next to me is Club President David Cox. And Dave, fantastic to see you here, although with a little bit of sadness in the improved production family in the last couple of weeks.
Yes, it's been a bit of a stressful week, a couple of weeks for the category. One of our long-time members, Chris Battieri, who has also been a club sponsor over the years, sadly lost his battle with cancer, and we had his funeral a few weeks ago. And this week, this race is a mark of respect for Chris. We're keeping the front row of the grid open, and we have his father Vin here as well, and his brother Andrew. And at the conclusion of the race, his father will wave the checkered flag. So we think that's something that's quite fitting, and to wish Chris off on his next journey.
I completely agree, and I couldn't think of a more fitting tribute considering Chris spent a number of years, as you said, part of the category, sponsored the category. He's basically like a member of the family, the whole family, and I can feel it in your voice. And right as you were speaking just then, you were trying to hold back the tears, and I'm struggling now as well.
Yeah, no, he was a good bloke, and I think that everyone that knew him, he always had a smile on his face, and he really tried hard to battle and battled for a long time, and now he's at peace, and we can all move on, and it's going to be a really great day. The weather's beautiful, and we can have a great day and remember Chris.
Absolutely, and when all the improved production drivers get together tomorrow afternoon for the barbecue, I'm sure we'll all be thinking of Chris and wishing he was there with us to celebrate
absolutely.
as well.
Yes, we certainly will. But we've got a heap of cars coming out. I think we've got 35 or 36, I think, on the grid.
Yeah, we had 36 registered for this one. I know we've lost a couple of cars already throughout the weekend. There's been a couple of debutants that have made the trip up for this particular race, one of which has sadly gone back on the trailer. Kim Masicki's the VW Golf R is unfortunately back on the trailer with some gearbox gremlins. We're hoping we'll get to see her back at Winton.
Yeah, that'll be fantastic. It'll be a great little track for that car too.
Absolutely.
It'll be ideal, especially if it rains like it can do at Winton. It'll be a very, very good car.
That's right. Well, here come the grid ordered up. So Adam Poole and Jared Tonks have qualified on the front row, and you can see even Blendline have gotten on board with this tribute as well, the front row being left blank, which is a great gesture from the guys, Shane and Dan, down in the van there. So Adam Poole and Jared Tonks line up on what is essentially row 2, but it is the front row of the grid. From Luke Gretsch-Cumbo and Ian McLennan. Cade Lehman, who you mentioned is his birthday today, but he's keeping his age to himself.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why he'd be doing that. He's a young chicken. He should be telling everyone how good looking he is, and he's the current reigning Bathurst 6-hour Class C winner, I believe. He ran up there last year and absolutely hosed them, so he did a really, really good job first time in the car and went really well.
As we run through the rest of the order here, Jamie Augustine, Adrian Taranto, some guys that have been in the category for a number of years, and John Dawson. Good to see John Dawson, the HQ, back as well, the man we like to call the resident Kiwi in the improved production paddock. Steve Zorkis, who's a former under 2 litre champion in the ex-Jordan Cox Civic, which is albeit with a motor that's not actually the one that originally was in that car. He's going to be battling on a fair bit this weekend, but at the moment he is the leading under 2 car. As we work back through the rest of the order, Brett Harris, who's on debut this weekend, Wayne Decker, another name that's been in the category for a long time. It's a couple of XLs off the back here, Michael Sinclair and Scott Appledore. And Damien Milano and Craig Pierre-Gross are at the dead back of this grid. Now, I know Craig has had a little bit of drama with in qualifying, but with the yellow flags, yes, he did tell me about that. And Damien Milano, the oil pipe came off that car in qualifying and left a fair bit of smoke. And watch for that 88 Commodore to come flying through this field.
I think you'll find Craig will be right beside him because that thing's got some awful big mumbo under the bonnet.
And he's improved as well. Like that car, I know Dean Lilly had a run in that car yesterday in practice. And I think now Craig's got the bit between the teeth that he needs to beat Dean.
I think all Dean was interested in doing was painting the road black yesterday by the look of it.
Probably. So for Prestige Hino, we thank them for getting on board with improved production in 2022, along with ProCut Tree Services, 888 Home Loans, DLL Photography and Design, and of course Yokohama Motorsport, safety and performance for road or race. We've got 7 laps to settle the opening race for improved production for the 2022 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Everyone's in line. We're just waiting for the starters now.
They're not happy with something at the moment. They're holding them for an awfully long time without putting out the board, and I think it's just a couple of officials that just need to come in from the back of the track. There we go. He's got the green flag now. So there was just
there's the 5-second board.
Cars that just stretch around the corner. It's just hard for them to see the green flag waving, but from an extra row back, we're racing for Chris this afternoon in improved production.
Lights out.
And away we go. And a bit of a lacklustre start on the front.
Stalled on the grid.
Oh, no, the car that's had such a big rebuild over the last couple of months is going nowhere, but they've had to go around him too. And Milano off the back of the grid had similar issues as well.
And both of them are underway now, so that's great to see. That really well driven by all the guys to manage to get around those 2 cars.
Absolutely. And off the front row, have a look at this up front. Jared Tonks going toe-to-toe with Adam Poole, and he's down the inside at turn 2, and at the moment he has a little bit of sway. He had a fairly good second phase of the launch and got ahead of Poole and just held it around the outside at 1. He was in position for 2 and now trying to pull away from that awesome Monaro, but I fear it's only for a very short period of time.
There goes Poole.
And there he goes. And you can just see the big speed difference. He was well past him halfway up the back straight. But he's got to get on the brakes a little bit earlier because the Monaro takes a little bit longer to stop. Whereas Tonks is just able to hang on for just a little bit. And look at this. General's men. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I count 8.
And then comes David Bone in the
Datsun.
1600.
All clear and tidy. Here comes Milano down through the field. Oh, he was almost sideways there coming over 6, but he's picked off about 7 or 8 cars on the run down the hill. And look at them all, still streaming down the hill, all the way back to Shane Smith in the Little Hare Motorsport Suzuki Swift.
We've got Milano. Kate Lehman's up to 4th, and we've got Peter Dixon in 5th.
Yeah, Liebens looks like he's just gone past McLennan then as they've come across the line. There goes Craig Piergros and the Falcon. Dallas Brooks now down the inside of Jamie Augustine on the run out of the final corner. So plenty of battles unfolding as the field starts to normalise. Here comes Timewell recovering from that awful start. And another one who's recovering from an awful amount of drama is Milano. Don't get the inside curve, Damien. He did that last year, not this time.
And he's gone up the inside of Steve Zorkas there. So Craig Piergros is coming up behind Wayne Twist there into turn 4.
Just hold position here and wait till they get to the exit of 4, and then he'll give it the full beans, as you said, or just leaving black lines down the straight. Twisty realises what's going on, and away goes the XE. So settling into the groove here, pull out in front. 6.5 tenths was the margin at the end of lap 1. It's a little bit more than that now. Luke Rich-Cumbo, former State Series champion, has had to give up the number 1 for the first time in about 4 or 5 years. Finds himself in position number 3 from his good mate Ian McLennan, and then Cade Lehman is 5th.
Cade's having an exceptionally good run today, and so is Peter Dixon. I dare say Peter's hasn't been that far up in the field for quite some time. He must have found some speed in that car this weekend.
I tend to agree with you on that one. He sort of seems to find the back end of the top 10. He's just off our screen at the moment, but he's definitely found a little bit more pace in Monaro. I guess he's got a bit of fire in the belly, seeing that the other Monaro have had to pull out in front. Is definitely a capable machine. So you just think, you know what, I've got to drive it a little bit harder.
That's it. I think he might have had a bit of driver coaching over the last Christmas period, so that might have helped a little bit as well.
Craig Piergros tries to look at the move on John Dawson, the number 42 HQ down to turn 1. Wasn't quite far enough alongside, but looking down the inside now at turn number 2.
He's got the job done.
And got the job done, and good situational awareness there from John Dawson to allow that car through, because he knows he was probably going to be had up the straight here anyway. There's Milano tucked in behind Dawson now as well, dragging along Adrian Taranto, and then the car that's a bit close to my heart because I used to own one, Grant Ogle in the XR5.
Fantastic. Great little car to go out. Okay. So Damien will be chasing Craig as fast as he can down through into Dandenong Corner, and she'll pull up a lot quicker than the old Falcon.
Absolutely, yeah. The Falcon still running in the 3JA. Even though it's in the 6-litre capacity, guys, there's of course split into the 2 classes for the club, 3JA, 3JB, with the early model and the late model. So not competing, or they're competing on track for position, but in terms of points for the club, they're in 2 different categories.
It's good to see Brad White having a pretty clean run today. He had some issues yesterday with brakes and overheating. It's good to see that he's out there and circulating, and looks to be having a good run there, and Craig's trying to come up the inside.
Oh, no, as you speak of that, that's a front right failure. That looks like a suspension failure on the 48 Douglas Parade car. So
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have opened my mouth.
Oh, that's the old commentator's curse. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. It's happened to me multiple times before, and that's a big failure at high speed. Thankfully, able to pull the car up in position. Now, they'll have waved yellows down there for that, so that takes away a passing spot at turn 1 for the short turn.
That was great driving and being able to pull it up and keep it off the fence and not turn it around in front of the pack. So it was really well done there, Brad.
Yeah, you do realise you're going to have to go down to the paddock and apologise for what you've
I
just done.
Certainly will. I think I might hand over the cans to someone else, I think.
That all happens to the best of us from time. His 2 good mates pairing off with each other. Ian McLennan in the Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro, chasing down Luke Rich-Cumbo in the HSV Senator.
He's actually making some time on Luke, so I think he's got the bit right between the teeth, and he's actually going to have a real hard crack at this one.
Now there's double waved yellows you can see on display there as well. So as we said, while the Wyatt machine's being looked after down here at turn number 1, there's going to be no passing. And ahead of these guys, a couple of the lap runners, the Excels, the Scott Appledore and Michael Sinclair, I think, that are doing double duty this weekend in improved production and in the Excels. We're about to go and have a look at a replay of that high-speed incident for Brad White. Here we go. Talk us through this, Dave.
No, as he's coming down, it looks like he's gone to grab the front brake and something's exploded. And it's taken the brakes. You can see bits flying off it everywhere there. So it's broken the wheel, and it looks like it may have broken the upright. So I'd say that the brake rotor may have exploded there by the look of it.
Now, he did say to me when I was in the paddock a little bit earlier this afternoon that they were having a couple of brake dramas. It just felt really unstable with the car wanting to jump a different direction. So they were looking to see if they could find what the cause of that was. So I wonder if that's now the culmination of whatever that issue happens to be, which I mean, it's had. Just noticed as well, there's a rear wing missing now here on Paul Foreman's number 71. I'm not sure where that's gone or if he's taken it off by choice.
He may have taken it off to get a little bit more straight line speed instead of having the back of the car on the ground.
Well, his good mate Marco Timperio, you can see behind him here in a new car this weekend, which is the BF Falcon. Well, I'm wondering whether or not he's actually taken that off because he wants to be ahead of him because he was behind him after qualifying.
Possibly. Well, something we'll have to go and check out after the conclusion of this race.
I think so, because for a long, long time, Paul Vuillemin and Marco Timperio, they've been affectionately known as Team Taxi.
That's correct.
Running the EA Falcons for a while. Of course, Stewie Dearden's got the green-eyed monster tribute EA Falcon in the field. And then Bradley Ross has got the fourth one that's in the field as well, but now it's all just gone down to 3. So we go down the field. Let's have a look. There's a couple of under 2 litre cars that are a bit further back in the field. And the lead one of those, I think, still at this point in time happens to be Steve Zorkas, even though he's battling along with a stock engine. He's not too far, I think, behind this battle, which is John Dawson, Adrian Taranto, Grant Ogle. And we'll see where he is on the timing screens. I've got a funny feeling he's not too far away. Actually, there he is, just threw back a shot, going down to turn 4. Who else out there in the under 2s? We've got Callum Jensen. He's, I think, currently running second place overall. He's 23rd in the running order. And then coming down to the Excel, Scott Appledore and co. They are in the under 2 litre battle as well.
We've just had the last lap board put up. So Chris's dad will be now getting ready with the flag to wave the checkered flag.
See him moving in the box at the moment. So the race leaders have gone through to start the final lap. As the battle further down the order unfolds, Timewell's now just slowly starting to latch onto the back of Grant Ogle and Adrian Taranto, and you can get past them between now and the checkered flag. That'll probably be a fairly handy recovery drive, so he'll be a bit filthy with himself after the poor start.
So Luke's actually made up a couple of spots, and he's actually now up to second with Ian into third, and Jared Tonks has actually dropped back to fourth. At the moment, Cade Lehman's in 5th, Peter Dixon 6th, Pierre Gross 7th, and Damien Milano from off the back of the grid has managed to get up to 8th position. So both Damien and Craig have done a magnificent job to get up into the top 6 and 7.
That's it, absolutely. He's had that's a really good solid starting position for him for tomorrow as well, considering he didn't set a lap in qualifying. Here comes Poole. He's behind Brett Harris here on the run to the line. So checkered flag on the way for Chris Pateri. There's his father up there in the box. Great to see.
Great to see.
Pull from Luke Cretchcumbo and Ian McLennan home for third in the Pro Cut Monaro. So something happened to Jared Tonks in that one. And
birthday boy Cade Lehman.
Birthday boy Cade Lehman gets home for 5th. So I'll be pretty happy with that, considering he actually started 7th. So he's actually picked up a couple of spots there in the run here. Now, Mark DeFarnas also started off the rear. He's had some gremlins throughout the course of the weekend, and he's just picked up another couple of spots there at the back end of this race and finishing as well. Here comes Timewell. Couldn't quite get to the rear bumper of Taranto, or does he? No, just gets him.
Just gets him.
Good drive out the final corner. Horsepower race it was indeed. And that means Danny Timewell gets home for 12th. And actually, that's pretty much back to where he started. He started 11th, so good result for Danny Timewell. So Adam Poole, Luke Cretchcumbo, Ian McLennan, the top 3. A funny feeling Adam Poole probably buttoned it off a little bit toward the end of that one. Jared Tonks faded, finished 6 seconds off the race lead. Birthday boy Cade Lehman in the VE Commodore for 5th. Craig Pierre-Gross, another one who started off the rear, up to 6th. Milano up to 7th. Peter Dixon up to 8th. So have a look at that. How many Holdens? Oh, there's 7 Holdens and 1 Ford in the top 8.
And then the number 10 was David Bone in that Datsun 1600. That's an incredible finish for David. I'm sure he'll be very, very excited about that. It's been a while since that car's been that competitive. So congratulations, David. That is a really good drive. John Dawson, who was playing gearboxes this morning, he's come in at 11th. I'm sure he'll be mightily wrapped with that as well.
I agree, 100% agree that with all the dramas that a number of people have faced with getting cars out of garages, blowing out the cobwebs and getting all the rust out of the systems, I think Johnny Dawson will take that every day of the week.
Absolutely. So, Danny Timewell with that massive rebuild over the last 3 months, fantastic. He's managed to get through the first race other than stalling it on the grid and had a great finish, so it's fantastic.
Very positive. Well, with thanks to Prestige Hino, that's the first race for improved production for the weekend. We'll see them, like a number of other categories, next up a little bit later tomorrow morning. But coming up in the next few moments will be everybody's favourite, the HQ Holdens.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back trackside here at Sandown International Motor Raceway, the home of horsepower. And we are so happy to be bringing you the first round of the 2022 Victorian State Race Series being shown across the Blendline TV networks and our great mates at my105.com that help support all of the grassroots motorsport across Australia and taking it global. Yes, that's right, we're going global with the Victorian State Race Series. We've got 2 races to go for the final races for day 1 of this year's championship over 5 rounds here at Sandown, Winton, Phillip Island, back here at Sandown in the final round at Phillip Island in the last week of September as we have the HQs rolling out onto track. I'm Darren Smith, I've got Dan McCarthy right next to me, and you can certainly read about many of the things that go on in motorsport in auto action, and we thank Dan for his role he plays very importantly in that as the HQs come out on track. Ken Wright is going to lead the field around, not the first time the number 13 has done that. Andrew McLeod in the number 82 sits right next to him on the grid. Perry Beckers, the storming Perry, out of position number 3. Andrew Bajilton, let's see what Andrew can do. Stephen Banks in the number 76. Ray Jardine out of number 6 on the grid. Great to see Ray out there having a run this weekend. Gavin Ross, welcome back to HQ's Gavin Ross. He's ridden the wave of success on national saloon car racing and all sorts of things, and back to his heartland. Gavin Ross is also lending a hand for sponsoring this round for the HQs and many others, of course. GMG Automotive Box Hill, which is Gavin Ross's business, and that's the Division 1 guys, and Division 2 sponsored by Rylock Windows and Doors for the HQs. Of course, the championship sponsored by Tyre Power. A very big welcome to HQs and Tyre Power, the leading tyre retailer as far as I'm concerned. Of course, they're opening their new store at Benalla this week on Tuesday. Big welcome to the scene with Chris Lewis-Williams and his mate Russ up there opening their doors next week in Benalla for Tyre Power. So fantastic to have Tyre Power continue their long association with the HQ Racing. Glenn McDonald out of 8, Tony Maloney out of 9, so 99 out of 9, and then out of 10 is the 91 of Eric Hill. Ben Richards back to Andrew Lordsley, Mick Bajilton, fair way back down there in 13th place, James Kenner, Michael Lynn, Graham Francis and Andrew Lawton. By the way, David Amor sends a big g'day to everyone listening, so those that were tuning in and thinking they were going to hear the big mouth from the south on air from Curramborough. No such luck today. We've got the more learned and astute Dan McCarthy alongside me.
Well, thanks for having me again, mate. Looking forward to this one. You can hear the wind, can't you, from this camera? So blustery out there this afternoon. That'll make this race quite interesting as we see them beginning to form up on the grid. Great field of cars, 17 HQs. It's really good to see a good portion of these machines, such old HQs, been around for so many years racing at the Thunderdome and the like for many, many decades.
Yeah, certainly, and the only difference between them is you can have a twin headlight front or you can have a single headlight front. You like the Prem or you like the Kingswood or the Belmont. That's about it. Such a controlled category over such a long time, and this has been the success. It has just been controlled. You can drag your car out, you whack a set of the Kenda tyres, the HQ Racing ones on it, and away you go. And that's what we've just got. The steel fabrication outfit of the number 82 of Andrew McLeod will lead them down into turn 1. The Tyre Power window stickers, that's all you can make out at the moment. The great people at Tyre Power supporting the HQs as the 90 of Perry Beckers looks up the inside and just sends our pole sitter, our pole sitter Kenny Wright, back a couple of spots off the start. So he's got an issue there as they come around turn 1. No harm, no foul, no one touching. This has been the last decade of HQs, a lot more respectful. It's certainly willing racing. Don't be surprised if you see them go 2 and 3 wide across the top of Sandown, already 2 wide, with the Ready Rooster car there of Glenn McDonald and Tony Maloney going with him there. Gavin Ross in the GMG car, of course, our round sponsor here this weekend, GMG Garage out of Box Hill. Certainly get down there for road and race servicing and repairs in Lexton Road. Box Hill, the number 82, comes over to cover his line. That's Andrew McLeod. Kenny Wright there trying to stay with him. Andrew McLeod's got the lead of this race. There's the 87 now of Glenn McDonald. He's had a good start. The 53 getting a little bit of a wobble there, just demanding a little bit more of the pre-radial suspension HQs. Tony Maloney in the 99, the green car there, followed by the 91, another green one of Eric Hill. And very, very tidy first lap, and you can see the only difference is a twin headlight or a single headlight front.
Indeed, two green machines
Something
there.
for all the kids out there.
And the number, of course, the number are different. Here we go onto pit straight. We see the two leaders line astern. So as they head down towards turn number 1, the timing's just playing a couple of little games with us. But there we are. We can see car number H2 McLeod leading from the number 14 machine of Magilton.
Andy Magilton coming out of P4 up into P2, but now it's a big fight back for Kenny Wright, trying to get back the spot he lost a lap ago, and really starting to try and press the 40. Sorry, it's not 40, it's 90, isn't it? Perry Beckers comes through in the yellow one. Then it is Ray Jardine. He's in the position he started the race in. He's made one up. And Banks is also coming through. Stephen Banks. There's Gavin Ross again. Fantastic to see Gav back in HQs. Took it to the nation in the Dial Before You Dig Saloon cars for a number of years. Travelled nationally with his mate, which we were talking about earlier on in the saloon cars, in Simon Taberner, and they both witnessed Benny Grice in the early days of his career and what was dubbed the Grice Wash, 11 saloon car races in a row. And there's Gav Ross back in HQs, loving it. Big smile from ear to ear.
We see the front, is that 7? Yes, 7 HQs just pulling away from the rest of the field. So a little bit of a gap opening up there as we see once again line astern Magilton almost nudging McLeod around the last couple of corners, and to cross the line once more. That gap less than 0.2 of a second, 1.5 of a second, but it was the pole sitter Wright who is now up to 3rd position, and he's catching back up. So not the greatest start, but he's certainly making hay now as we see a move for the lead. Magilton nicely up the inside, but not quite able to keep it there. We see McLeod hold on around the outside and hold position as they head towards the turn 2 and 3 chicane. These top 7 cars all closing up.
Got to hand it to the front 2 there. They could have had each other off very easily there in the past. They've realised it's a long championship. We've mentioned it a couple of times today. You're not going to win the championship trackside today, but you're going to lose it. If you don't bring it home at the end of one of these races, you're going to go disappear backwards into the point score, and it just means the rest of your season is so much harder than it needs to be.
Indeed, you can't win a championship in race number 1, but you can certainly lose it. As we see them head down the back straight one more time. Such an iconic shot that's been seen for many years, that one of the back straight of Sandown. Such a historic circuit in Australian motorsport, not just in Victoria. And just only a 20-25 minute drive from the centre of the CBD here in Victoria. As we see Tony Maloney, car number 99, just ahead of a large bunch of cars now. It's a good battle up and down the field. So as I say, we got that leading bunch, the top 7, and then behind 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 all line astern as well.
Strong field as well, actually. There's some names in HQs here this weekend that are synonymous with it. The 91 of Hill there, pushing on pretty hard. And Richards has gone down one spot, Glenn McDonald up, and Tony Maloney also up one. Some names that have been around: Wright, McLeod, Magilton, Perry Beckers, Ray Jardine, Glenn McDonald, Gavin Ross, Tony Maloney. These are all names that are just legends of HQ racing.
Certainly been around for many years, haven't they? They'll be very well known to people who watch HQs around the country as you see them move up the inside.
I think the actual HQs are actually back on the bill at the 12 hour as well at Bathurst, so that's quite a coup as well. I'm pretty sure I read that. I'll have to be fact checking on that. Someone will certainly let us know on socials or something like that. Of course, going out right around the world now, I've made that announcement or mistake that I shouldn't have. These HQs going, what? Going to Bathurst.
Just saw car number 26 there lose a couple of positions, so that's Lordsley falling down to position number 14. Lock up there for Tony Maloney's managed to grab the apex still of the corner, so that's nicely done, but he's certainly coming under pressure now from McDonald right behind him.
Just so that they know there's HQs out there, I'm just channeling David Amor, and it was, oh, Magelton! Sorry, everybody. G'day, Dave. We know you're watching up there at Wakefield Park, selling your tyres up there, having a great time. We miss you. Across the line they go to complete 3 laps remaining. McLeod, Magelton! Right, Perry Beckers, Ray Jardine, Banks, Gavin Ross up to 7th place. Well, out of 7th place, he holds station.
Four of the top 5 drivers on that last lap setting personal best lap times. We see these top 4 pulling away now. So it's McLeod, Magilton, Wright and Beckers. A little bit of a gap to Jardine. And then behind him we got Banks, Ross, Maloney and McDonald running at the top 9. So head down the back straight. We're over halfway through this one now, but it's still as close as it always has been. It's just fantastic to see such a good quality field of HQs here.
We've got 2 very clear groups here, haven't we? I know there's a Division 1 and Division 2, but they're normally not.
Down into Dandenong Road once again. Some brilliantly presented cars. Particularly the car in 3rd, right, that's a lovely looking machine, some great livery on that one. But some really unique looking machines further back as well.
Trying to pick where the charge is going to come from. Normally with 2 laps to go, and that's what we've got, there's someone that's on the move. It's almost like they're waiting for someone to start the push. But at the moment, I think the push is coming certainly from Andrew Matilda for P1. But these other guys, the Perry Beckers, Ray Jardine, Banks, Ross, Maloney, it's almost like they're just lining up behind each other, waiting for something to happen.
Well, Wright set the fastest lap on lap 2, and I thought, here we are, here's his charge, here's his attack. But the last couple of laps just faded. He's not quite been able to match the top 2. And as a result, he has dropped back into the clutches of Beckers a little bit, although we have seen, as I said, first lap of the race on lap number 2 for Kenneth Wright.
So he's sitting in 3rd place now, but I don't think he's not throwing out a challenge to Andrew Magilton just yet in the number 14. Of course, we've got Michael Magilton back in the field there.
Oh dear.
So that's what's happening now. We're starting to sort it out. Here we go. We've got someone dropping out of the draft. It's the 13 of Kenny Wright, but what he's done, he's opened up for Perry Beckers. They're looking to go side by side across the top there. Beckers just gets hung out to dry. A nice attempt at something. That's what we've been waiting for. Someone just throws something different in it instead of just banging through the 3-speed and putting the pedal to the metal. That's all still part of it, but it's showing the nose, giving him a bit of a run. I'm surprised Gavin Ross hasn't tried that with the green headlight car right at the back of this group in 7th place there at the moment.
It's quite a fast game of chess, isn't it? It's all about playing your cards at the right time.
Well, HQs isn't normally, but it seems to be today. Everyone's just waiting for something to happen. Does someone drop the nose out now? Or is there someone going to drop a lunge? Because we're now on the last lap. This is the defensive run. Andrew McLeod's going to crowd turn 1, so no one can come up the side of him. But again, Kenny Wright looks for it. Perry Beckers draws alongside. Ken Wright, not the biggest brakes there, but Perry Beckers looks to go around the outside.
Not quite, dropped off 2 wheels over the curb and lost a little bit of momentum. Of course, it's all about keeping momentum in this thing, so don't have too much power. So it's all about keeping up the momentum in the mid-speed and getting a good exit out of the corners.
Andrew McLeod's made the fatal mistake there. He's bounced up over the ripple strips. Now Andrew Magilton has noticed that. He'll get a better run onto the back straight. Now let's watch for some excitement. This is the last lap. He's gone right over to the driver's left of the track there. That's the defensive line if I've ever seen one. Now let's see if anyone pops out. There it is again. It's Perry Beckers. He pops out. He draws alongside, but it's a long way around from there. The 13's going to get his nose chopped off. There's the don't argue. Beckers goes through. So that's the minors. That's a 3rd place for Perry Beckers. He just comes over the ripple strips. In fact, he avoided the ripple strips completely and went over the bitumen. But what he's done is he's made himself into P3 and he's put Kenny Wright back one spot. Let's see what Ken Wright's got under brakes up here. Let's see what Andrew Magilton's got as well, because at the moment, Andrew McLeod has got this as a benefit today. The GMG sponsored round in the Tyre Power HQs. Car number 82, Andrew McLeod at the wheel. Magilton behind him. It's the Andrew version. Round of applause goes to McLeod. And it's Andy Magilton. Perry Becker's up one spot from the start. Kenny Wright goes down one spot and finishes fourth. Ray Jardine. Banks, welcome back to Gav Ross. He comes home in 7th place. There's the number 87 of Glenn McDonald. Tony Maloney's disappeared back a spot there as well, so he's lost a spot in the last lap there. Michael Magilton's come up 2. Hill has also come up 2, and Richards has gone down 1. Lordsley gets across the line. Francis is not taking any further part. Graham Francis pulled out in the early part of this race, as we see the 66 of Kenner, and there's still one more car out on track in Ling. In fact, I think that car might be the one that stopped out on track as we see the service vehicles come through. Here's a replay. This is on that last lap. This is the one. This is where Maloney lost it to Glenn McDonald, the Ready Roasts guy. Have a look at this for a drag race. This is HQ Racing. These guys finished 8th and 9th in the race. They were line astern with each other, but this is the business end of things in HQ. Look at that. Could be anywhere in Melbourne trying to get home in the 1970s. Get home for a long neck or something like that. The 36 parked up out there. Lawton. So that's a shame. There it is. Andrew McLeod takes the win over Andrew Magilton. Perry Beckers, Kenny Wright, Ray Jardine home in P5. Good drive there by Ray. Stayed out of trouble. 1.4 behind. So those gaps at the finish, and that just says it. HQs, doesn't it? 0.2, 0.5, 0.12. Eric Hill home in 11th. Ben Richards, then to Andrew Lordsley, James McKenna, and some non-finishers there in Graham Francis and Andrew Lawton. Kenny Wright took the fastest lap early on in that race. So that is the HQs. We'll see them tomorrow for their first race at 11:50 for their 8-lapper. And here comes a car just recovering from earlier on in the day. Porsche 944s are on track next, and that will be our final race for the day. 7 laps and a little bit over time at the moment, about 30 minutes off the schedule. But Porsche 944s will be getting themselves ready in the marshalling area. We'll be back with the last race of the day, your trackside at Sandown for the Victorian State Race Series. 944s on track next.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
This is what I like about the Victorian State Race Series. It's one race after the other. If you're getting a little bit toey about it, there's another race coming out. How's that? We only just pushed the HQs off 65 seconds ago. Now the 944s are making their way out onto the grid. a great category. They've got some new sponsors this year, and the 888 Home Loans, new sponsor, and of course you'll know them. They're heavily involved with improved production as well. Advanced Fitness Gyms, Pullmaster Bayside, Seat Time Race Solutions, Simulator Hire, ABI Technology, and Smith's TMP doing a tremendous job. It's great to have the 944s on track. Certainly plenty to fight for in 944s. This is, I guess, the fastest of our one-make tin top series going around. They're Porsche thoroughbreds, exceptionally well balanced. The 50-50 split is famous on these 944s, and they certainly had some great racing over many, many years and continue to do so. And why wouldn't a Porsche? They're just about all race cars, aren't they? Having said that, I'm not sure you want to race a Cayenne. I'd race a Macan. They're a race. Right alongside me, I'm Darren Smith. Dan McCarthy has joined us again, and of course we implore everyone to get out and support what Dan does the other 9 days a week, and that's make sure Auto Action has all the right stories out there. So we thank you very much, Dan, for all of your time here at the State Race Series, and we're about to get into the last race for the day.
It's always a good one. The 944's always some good battles up and down the field. I'm sure this will be no different. Good field, 16 cars, that's what we like to see. And as you said, Porsche, we've got Carrera Cup, we've got Sprint Challenge, and this is very much the beginnings of that category, the lowest tier, I suppose you'd call it.
Well, they do. The very famous development phase of the Porsche pyramid starts with the Porsche Club sprints and things like that, moves into the Porsche 944 being raced here in the State Series, and onwards through to the Michelin Sprint Challenge, and ultimately Carrera Cup here in Australia, Super Cup, and we've got Aussies and New Zealanders racing in that. And contracted Porsche drivers these days like never before. Cameron Bella on pole position with Jamie Westaway right alongside. And I reckon the Ausfield sponsored car, it's got a bit of battle damage on it. I reckon he's going to try and take it right up to Cam, right at the start of this race. So I'm actually really looking forward to this battle. Cam Bella's had a pretty good run at this category for quite some time now, and he's even fitted up the fog lights and got them blazing just to let them all know. Adam Brewer to Mark Torberts, watching the number 74 with the golden black car. He's had a bit of a rub and tumble as well over the recent times. Anthony Westaway to Richard Howe. Now, if anyone trips up, Richard Howe will be all over them like a rash. The veteran of Porsche racing, Oscar racing, all sorts of stuff. He's done it all. Andrew Jackman, Mark Verdino, Jamie Mitchell, Keith Mariner, Andrew Jones. Let's see how AJ can come from 33. Josh Brisbane, Carter Fox, now there's a race car driver's name. Jack Atley loves the Porsche logo, puts it on everything. John Benoris and Vlad Kennedy out there on track, ready to go for the final race for day one of the 2022 Victorian State Race Series. And away we go. Clutches released, and it's Bella. Bella gets the bite. He drags 1 metre out of Jamie Westaway. He drags 2 metres out of Jamie Westaway, and we've got someone left on the back of the grid. But Westaway never going to give up. Let's see if they go side by side off the start. There it is, the number 7, Carter Fox. Great race driver's name that. Gets off the line there. Well done, Jamie. Hangs tough, and this is what he needs to do with Cambella. Keep to the inside here. They've got to go line astern with each other through this part of the track. They're not going to. There's Bella, and that's what he does. The number 55 just gets it. They should have gone line astern with each other, and he just jammed it upside Jamie. Of course, Jamie won last year's championship in a truncated season with only 3 rounds. And Cameron Bella, lights ablaze. I reckon he's fitted an extra couple of lumens to those fog lights as well to get our attention here today.
I was just going to say, yeah, they went side by side around turn number 2, and Westaway just got himself a little bit crossed up over the curb, and that was all he needed. As we see the battle for third between car number 74, Torberts, and number 31. It's going to be 74 that holds on, holds P3.
Here's Richard Howe right on the back of this battle as well. Mark Torberts will be loving this. These two guys, they know each other well. Mark, of course, doing a lot of work in the background there. Dickie Howe shoves the nose up the inside in the number 8 and grabs the spot, runs wide. The 31 starts the fight back and does it. Richard Howe, rush of blood for the veteran racer. Gets the spot, but just hands it back. It looks like he might hand one back as well to, I think that's Andrew Jackman.
Westaway.
Westaway, is it?
He's going to have another go here, though. He's going to retaliate straight away. Back up the inside at turn 1. No, thinks better of it. not quite far enough up the inside there, so slots back in. Oh, there's a spin, and it's car number 46.
46 is Jamie Mitchell.
The Martini liveried machine. He's trying to get that refired. It looks like he stalled it. So hopefully he'll get that back underway and can continue and make his way back through the field. That's a shame. He's in position 6 there, fighting with Jackman just behind. So, yeah, spun there at turn number 1. So an action-packed start to this race. Lap number 1, we see Bella and Westaway have already pulled a significant margin on the rest of the field. 3.5 seconds. Bella a 1:33.5, Jamie Westaway a 1:34.7, the next best Torbitz with a 1:37.0, but of course he was fighting with Brewer.
Carter Fox, I should mention, first race in a race car as such, a Carter. Him and his dad researched very heavily to see where they could make his career move next, and they've chosen 944s as we swap for position now. The number 31, is that my eyes with my new glasses, or is that a bit fuzzy?
No, that was a
little bit fuzzy.
Yes, it was. Although my eyes probably aren't the best to judge that either.
So they get through. Torbitz goes side by side now, and that's going to be very interesting. Brewer, Howe, Westaway, the 31 going through. Adam Brewer and Mark Torbitz trying to get that last spot on the podium. Bella and Westaway, as you'd expect, have run away with it. Torbitz gets sent wide. Can he do the switchback like we saw Bella? No, not close enough. Puts the wheel up over the ripple strip, though, trying to respond. Awesome camera shot. That straight down into the turn 3, exit and up to 4. We get the good rear shot there. Richard Howe's just got the sniff right behind Torbitz. Wants it. Here's our leaders.
I was going to say, speaking of sniff, Westaway is right on the back of Bella. I can't remember the last time I saw Bella without the number 1 on the side of the door. It's certainly been a good number of years, so...
It's good to see Jamie with it, isn't it?
It is.
It is nice to see it. Not taking nothing away from the Aqua car, but certainly Bella has had a good run with it. Here's Torbitz now, got Richard Howe behind him.
As I said, leading into the race, I expect your battles up and down the field, and we've certainly not been disappointed in this first 944 affair for the year. So let's just run through the order. No, we won't, because Howe is diving up the inside of Torbitz, no luck there, and once again runs a bit wide. That's the second time he's made that mistake, not quite to the same degree as we saw earlier in the race, but again, he's lost all that momentum as we see a change for the lead. Here comes our reigning champion Westaway up the inside, but he's gone in a little deep. Great exit there by Bella.
This is what we did on the first lap. It's exactly the replay of the first lap. Bella does the same move again and leaves the Ausfield Oils car. Number 1 of Jamie Westaway just languishing back in P2. Richard Howe's got to get a different move to that lunge up the inside and then try and get around the S's, hasn't he? Because all he does is go wide and out over on the grass.
That's right.
Loses all his momentum for the run up the straight. The 888 home loans, 944s, our final race for day 1 of round 1, the Victorian State Race Series. Have a look at this. These guys know each other very well. Have a look down the inside. A big move by Jamie. Will it stick? No, too far back. That's a very brave move. Will he look down at Dandenong Road? Doesn't show the nose. Lines up behind. Knows exactly the strengths of Bella and puts himself in a better position where he knows he is stronger. Very, very difficult to do when you've got equal machinery underneath you.
Absolutely, but as we saw in the last lap, Westaway was 0.8 of a second faster, so he's certainly got the car speed over Bella at the moment, but just can't quite find a way through. Well, make it stick anyway. He's made it through a couple of times, but can't make it stick. Will he have better luck this time? Bella running down the middle of the road into turn 1. Westaway decides the outside this time. He's tried the inside a couple of times. Let's go round the outside. He'll try the crisscross out the corner. He'll try and get the run into turn 2, but no, not to any avail this time around.
I really like what Jamie's doing in this race. He's not just resting, he's showing the nose. He's moving around, he's coming out, he's making sure the mirrors are full of that bronze car. He's certainly grabbing Cameron's attention whenever he can, trying not to lose those precious millimetres of gaps between them, but certainly moving around. Here we go again. It's a long climb up the hill in the 4-cylinder, non-turboed, or normally aspirated 944s. But once they get to the top here, the extremely well-balanced 944 layout, tip it in. Last lap around the number 1, had a look up the inside there of the 55, not this time. as we see
64. That's Mariner off the road. That looks like turn 3 to me on the inside of turn 3.
I agree, absolutely there. Here's our race leaders again. They'll come round and there'll be 2 laps to go. Cameron Bella in the 55, Jamie Westaway in the number 1.
Westaway couldn't have been any closer there around the last couple of corners. He's right there. And again, Bella forced to defend on the pit straight down towards turn 1. Of course, turn 2 and turn 3 won't be an overtaking opportunity if Mariner hasn't moved that car. But turn 1 is. Here he goes.
He's going to make it stick too. Can he get through 1? Has he gone in too shallow? He keeps it off the ripple strip, just uses it to hold him back on the track there and throws him back into the lead of the race. Well done, Jamie. Constant pressure. Constantly keeping Bella entertained with what was going on behind him. Now, let's see if the guy who's led more laps of 944 racing than anyone around knows how to chase someone down and pass them back. Let's see if Jamie Westaway can drive it around. Last lap round, fastest lap of the race. That's what he's doing, hounding him. Delivering on that fastest lap is what he's got to do.
Big moment from Westaway on the exit of turn 4, and he's lost all the momentum. So Bella is right there, but unable to stick it up the inside. So there, Westaway has consolidated and just pulled out a slight margin over turn 6. So yes, he is the leader of the race with just over 1 lap to go. It's a good time to be leading.
We all enjoy the 944s. Great to have 888 home loans on board this season as well. Great to see them increasing their presence in the Victorian State Race Series. And the really good thing I like about these cars now is that there's actual official Porsche Australia backing. They're all running the Porsche window banners, which has a reason. There's a commercial reason. Last lap, here we go again. The challenge. Westaway's got something dragging underneath the car. Sparks coming out from under the car. He will be hearing that and feeling that. Yeah, we can hear that being picked up through the cameras as well. Just bring it around, mate. Finish the lap. Come home in P2.
Not the first exhaust we've seen that's come loose today.
No, the other one was a Jag.
Indeed, this being a 944.
Gee, who's got the more expensive exhaust, an old Jag or a 944?
I think the Jag.
The old Jag, yeah. Probably made of unobtainium or something.
Indeed. Hopefully he can nurse that to the line anyway. He'll be very disappointed had the victory in the palm of his hand with a lap to go. But look, we can see behind Brewer's certainly closing the gap. So he can't allow himself to come off the gas too much or else he will lose second position. Just got to nurse the thing home and try and finish in P2. We wait for them. That's a reasonable margin, but it's certainly not comfortable. Certainly not comfortable. We've seen Brewer throw it at the turn. You can hear.
It sounds like the Just Married car driving away with all the tins rattling around behind, doesn't it? There goes. It's off the car now too and plonks itself in the middle of the track. Let's hope the flaggies have seen that. There's the flag point. And the checkered flag is, it should have been given to that car. There it is right there. And Jamie Westaway will sound like a tractor as he comes across. 90% of his exhaust missing now. Let's hope that they can get that exhaust system fixed on that car and we can get him back out. So there's quite a gap until they race again. 12:10 tomorrow is when the 944's out. We've got all night tonight and all morning tomorrow to get a new exhaust on that car. And there's some damage there on the number 20 as well.
They'll round out the day as well tomorrow. So yes, for the second day in a row they'll end the day. As we look at the results for that one, just noticing that Brewer, he really was a man on a mission on that final lap, setting his personal best of the race and certainly closed that margin down nearly 6 seconds on that final lap, but still came home third. It was Cameron Bella, the former champion, car number 55, taking the win from the current champion in what was a great fair battle between the pair. 5.3 seconds the margin in the end. Adam Brewer coming home P3, ahead of Torbitz, Richard Howe, Anthony Westaway, Andrew Jackman. And as we look onto the following page, Carter Fox, Kennedy, Mitchell, and the non-finishers of that one, Mariner, Brisbane.
Good fight back by Carter Fox to finish behind Jack Atley. That's a good result. First race out. No harm, no foul. Missed the start I bet the last time he ever does that too. That'll
Yes.
learnt that lesson and done a tremendous job. Of course, there's a trophy presentation going on for last year's champions now down in the pits. There's also a barbecue for all of our officials and those stragglers left behind as well. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here from Central Commentary. We'll go down to Callum Brannigan.
And that's about it for today's action. That was 11 races coming to you hot and fast here at round 1 of the VSRS at a hot and sunny Sandown International Raceway. And if I am sunburnt tomorrow, I apologise if I look like a lobster when I lob up at 9 a.m. for tomorrow's races. We've got 22 coming your way, so be sure to tune in from 9 a.m. You can, of course, see all the action on the Blendline TV YouTube channel, or if you go to vsrs.com.au for all of the news and updates for the VSRS there as well. There should be a link to the live broadcast. But on behalf of the entire team at Blendline TV and the VSRS, I've been Callum Brannigan. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Bosch Motorsport.